for a second there. And Mr. Washington, we just saw an individual walk through the video carrying a skateboard. Did you see that person?
Could you replay it for me?
Yeah, could we rewind about 10 seconds, please? He'll be coming in from the left.
Yeah. Yo, what's going on, bro? Yeah. Yeah, bro. Out here. What's going on, bro? Yeah, I know, man. How you been, bro? You good out here? I'm good, bro. That's what's up, man. Yeah, no, I'm good. I got some stuff in the back.
There's an individual in the middle of the screen carrying a skateboard with blue jeans and a hoodie and a backpack. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you have any idea who that is?
No.
Okay. I don't think there's going to be an objection. I'm going to represent that that's Anthony Huber.
No objection.
Okay. So just for the jury's edification, that is Anthony Huber. And while we're paused here for a second, Mr. Huber has a skateboard. On that particular night, did you have a skateboard?
Yes.
Do you routinely ride around on a skateboard?
Yes.
So on that night, were you using that as kind of your way to get around the downtown areas you're filming?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're filming this video, were you holding the skateboard, or was it just on the ground?
At this point, I was more than likely holding it.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, it's suspense. Sorry. Whatever.
I'm going to have you pause again because there's an individual, if we could back up about 10 seconds, there's an individual who comes walking into the screen again from the left. He's got shorts on, a t-shirt, a hat, and a backpack. Orange backpack.
Yeah, it's suspense. Sorry.
There's an individual there on the left-hand side of the screen with a dark shirt, lighter shorts, and an orange backpack, and a hat on. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay. I'll represent with no dispute that is Gage Grosskreutz. Thank you.
Whatever.
It's all good, bro. I needed a meme for my video. I appreciate it. Corey. Nice to meet you, Robbie.
Thanks for updating on some sports.
Oh, shit.
Come back.
That was close.
We just heard a couple of loud sounds of some sort, and then you clearly reacted to it. Can you tell the jury what that was, if you know?
I think it was a rock or something. Someone threw something.
Okay. It appears you're standing under kind of an awning over the gas pumps. Is that right?
Yes.
Were people throwing things that sometimes would land on the roof, make sort of a loud bang noise, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. We also saw some individuals out in the road with a blue umbrella that they were kind of pushing towards the police. Did you see that?
Yes, I saw it.
Did you at any point observe any reaction from the police to that?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue. I don't know if we missed anything there. Can we just go back about 10 seconds to make sure? Not that far. That's right there is fine. Thank you.
That was close. Yeah, stay on. Wrapped up there. So it's up there. Blockade or some sort. Now that people turned around. Got some fire extinguishers. Yo. I heard Pizza Hut is on fire on Roosevelt. Yeah. Yeah, that's people said it a few times in the chat. Yeah. Pizza Hut. People are saying Pizza Hut. Yeah, you too, man. On Roosevelt. So kind of a little ways away. Not a far car drive, but motorcycle group with backpacks setting fires. Dudes on motorcycles with backpacks starting fires, people are saying. It's true. Well, the fastest route would probably be, I guess, 63rd. Yo, what's up, Kabilly? What's happening, bro? I don't know what the Savage Diary is, but if they're stealing my stream, tell them that I said it's not okay. I don't know. Tell them to write me a check for my services. And, like, I don't know, someone send me a link of their stuff, too, so I can verify this. All my content is copyrighted, though, so, I mean, it would be super frivolous to have to sue somebody for stealing content of an event that they could have just asked me for, and I would have allowed.
Thank you. I'm going to represent to the jury that right in the middle of the screen there is Gage Grosskreutz. No dispute about that. That is Gage Grosskreutz there in the middle of the screen. All right, please continue.
Allow them to use it. So. Position there. It looks like that fire might have been put out.
Mr. Washington, you just made a reference to looks like a fire might have been put out. Can you tell us what you were talking about?
Yeah, so earlier in the evening, after everyone was stationed at the Ultimate gas station there at the corner of Sheridan and 60th, Randomly, there appeared to be a fire just a few, like down the block, headed westward. So I skated down there with a buddy of mine, and there was a few other people that came, I believe, with fire extinguishers. We went to just check it out to see if maybe people were, sneaking off to go burn buildings and were getting away from, the big crowd or whatnot. When we get there, it appeared that, as soon as we got there, maybe moments after we arrived, the police arrived on the scene. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I believe there was like a tire fire set by like the owner of the shop or something there, or something like that. I'm not too sure if that's exactly what it was. That's just what I heard happened. That's what it appeared to be. So,
Your Honor, may I approach and set up the easel?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Washington, I have the map up again, and you've got the laser pointer in front of you. Could you, if you can point it out or not, I don't know, but you were describing some sort of fire at some location. Is that location shown on that map? Okay, so you're pointing at a lot that is on 60th Street on the north side, which is at the far left side of that map. And if my street identification is correct, I think that's 11th Avenue and 60th. Is that right?
you are correct.
Okay, so that would be on the northwest corner of 11th Avenue and 60th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is that some sort of used car lot or something along those lines? Do you know?
Yeah, something of that nature.
Okay. And you said that at one point you observed a fire at that location?
Yes, it was a fairly large fire.
But it appeared to be tires that were on fire?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. And then the police, when you were there on scene, somebody came and was responding to it?
Yeah, there was a fairly large response, I would say. I believe they were in the MRAP or the Bearcat, one of the two, and there was maybe a dozen officers with riot gear and stuff. They kind of pushed us back and told us to go, so we just turned around and went back by the Ultimate gas station.
And when you talk about an MRAP or a Bearcat, you're talking about one of those large armored vehicles that some law enforcement agencies use
Correct.
on this night. Okay, thank you. Can we please continue? Oh, wait, hold on, one more question. You mentioned that you were seeing some things in the comments about things going on in Kenosha. Can you help us explain what you're talking about there?
Yeah, like I mentioned yesterday, I always kind of look to the chat to see if there's other things going on, to see if there's, if there's not a lot going on in an area and there's a bunch of other streamers and I get a tip or something, typically I'd go to another location to see what's going on over there, to see if there's, anything that needs to be covered or whatnot.
So there was some reference you made to a Pizza Hut on Roosevelt that was on fire.
Correct.
Do you know anything more about that?
I believe that was just a false rumor.
Okay. Is it fair to say that on this particular night and in this time period that there were a lot of rumors going around, some true, some not, about what was going on in Kenosha?
Yes, yeah, there's plenty of disinformation going around, especially, on the internet. So,
It'd be the first time that's ever happened, right?
right.
All right. Please continue. Thank you.
Yeah, they were mad about it. I'm like, whoa, I got a chance. Put out a fire at Ruther. Ruther was on fire. Yeah. People go there to learn.
Fire chief flew by your place and on Roosevelt? Okay.
You guys stay safe. One down there. Stay safe. No, they took care of it. You guys have a good one.
There is a individual in the middle of this photograph that is holding a long rifle. He's got a baseball cap on. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you have any idea who that is?
No.
Okay. I'm going to represent, I don't think there'll be any dispute about this, that is an individual by the name of Ryan Balch. Please continue.
down there.
That said that there's Patriots lunch in here. I don't know what that is. You young kids don't be serving all the food.
Could you rewind that 10 seconds, please? There's going to be someone who's going to be running through the screen. That is the defendant. Could we play that again?
That said that there's Patriots lunch in here. I don't know what that is.
Can we replay that one more time and try and pause when the defendant's on the screen if possible?
That said that there's Patriots lunch in here. I don't know what that is.
It's hard to catch at the very second, but at any rate, Mr. Washington, we now know. Oh, perfect, excellent. We now know that that is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, running through the screen carrying a fire extinguisher. You would agree with me on that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue the video for a few seconds, and then I'm going to have you pause again, please.
You young kids don't be serving all the food.
It's running too, but
Let's just like play
let's check it out, right?
I believe I just heard you say in the video, Mr. Washington, something to the effect of, I don't know where he's going to, let's check it out, right? Does
Yes.
that sound roughly what you said?
Yes.
Were you referring to the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, at that time?
Yes.
Now, at the moment this video is taken, on the night of Tuesday, August 25th, did you have any idea who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
Had you even taken note of him at all that night, up until this point?
Briefly, kind of. I took a mental note. Just so when I arrived on the scene, I kind of looked at the people that were there and kind of, I don't know, just took a note of the people that were around me, especially, people that are armed, to kind of gauge the crowd and, the environment that I was in. I don't know, he just kind of looked young to me, and he had his gloves on and he was smoking cigarettes and stuff. So I kind of was like, he's kind of seemed like an interesting figure. So I just took a mental note of that. It wasn't anything, I wouldn't say malicious. I just, a young person in a situation. Honestly, I would say it was mainly the gloves. I didn't know why he had the gloves on. It kind of stood out. So I was like, all right, let me just kind of remember that, I suppose. So when he ran by, I kind of looked to the side to kind of see if there's, I don't know, someone chasing him or what the situation may be. That's why I said, all right, let's see what's happening.
So what was it that drew your attention to him at this point in the video?
There wasn't much happening at the time. It was fairly calm. You see most of the people are kind of just standing around and stuff like that by this point. So to see someone running, I suppose it could have been anyone that ran by me. I would have been intrigued by it, but remembering kind of, in my head. And he had a fire extinguisher as well, so maybe there's a fire or something happening. Maybe he's going to extinguish a fire or something like that. So, again, I wasn't too aware of how close all of these people were I don't know if they were working together. I don't know if everybody, like it was a group of people that were friends or if it was just miscellaneous people that were working together. So I figured maybe he had some sort of intel or communication with someone or something, and he was going to extinguish a fire or whatever it may be. So that's why I headed down that way.
Is it fair to say that when we continue the video here, it will show you going in the same direction as the defendant?
Yes.
At any point when you were observing the defendant, when he ran past you and whatnot, did you see anyone else with him?
No.
He was alone?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
And so in heading in the direction, it wasn't really to follow the defendant. It was to see what was happening in that direction.
Okay. And just for the... so we can orient everything geographically, could you use your laser pointer and point out the ultimate gas station, please? And we've established that's at the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan, and that's where you were during the portions of the video we've been watching this morning.
Yes, yeah, probably about.
And then when you followed the defendant, what direction did you go from there?
Headed southbound.
So you went directly south on Sheridan?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Oh, man, Johnny not calling not. Well.
There is a figure on the other side of Sheridan Road there, which I believe would be the east side of, the west side of the road. Is that correct?
Yes.
West side of the road.
Yeah.
That individual, you would agree with me, is the defendant, correct?
I honestly can't really see from here.
There's going to be no dispute for the jury's purposes that that individual there, shown in the center of the screen on the far side of the road, is the defendant, Kyle
Okay.
Rittenhouse.
All right, I see now. It's kind of mixed in with the trees there.
Yeah, good idea. I'm going to just use my pointer to try and illuminate that on the screen so that everybody can see it clearly.
Work on the TV.
Can you?
Mr. Mercian's pointer?
Sure, why not? I've always wanted to. Your Honor, may I approach that TV to do that?
Well, then I can't see it then.
Okay, I'll do it here. Everybody able to see that? Could you rewind 10 seconds, please? No dispute on McGinnis. I'm going to represent to the jury there's no dispute among the parties. There's an individual on the screen there that appears to be dressed in all black, but the back of his shirt has some white lettering on it. He's wearing a helmet, and that is Richie McGinnis. No dispute?
No dispute.
I'll just use my sister, what's her name?
Mr. Mercian.
Sister Marcianne's pointer to point that out for everyone. This individual here is Richie McGinnis. And again, just so everybody's clear, we are seeing the defendant here. I'm going to point him out again. This individual here is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Further.
Continue for like one more second, please. Keep going. I'm sorry. Keep going a little bit. I'll keep going. I'll tell you.
Yeah, they definitely need it.
No dispute. I'm going to represent to the jury, and there's no dispute from the defense, that there's an individual in the center of the screen. He is not wearing his shirt. He's carrying a bag. He appears to have sort of long blue shorts on. That is Joseph Rosenbaum, and I'll use the pointer to point him out. That is Joseph Rosenbaum.
The trash can just put the garbage out. Oh, you blocking the road. So now we're out going further. So decent. SUVs.
I want to make sure the jury is able to know where we're at on the map here. So, Mr. Washington, you have traveled down on this video. We see you skateboarding down Sheridan Road south from the Ultimate gas station at 60th and Sheridan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where we're at in the video now, which is at timestamp 5636, we're seeing some bright lights there on the screen. Do you see those?
Yes.
What is that location?
That's the car source.
And where is that located specifically? Do you know?
On Sheridan and what is that, 63rd?
Okay. Could you please use your laser pointer to point out on the map where that car source is located? So what we've just seen in that portion of the video, you have skateboarded from the Ultimate Gas at 60th and Sheridan, south down Sheridan Road, and now are approaching the car source at 63rd and Sheridan on the northwest corner of that intersection. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're all understanding the geography. Please continue. I want to try and point out Mr. Rosenbaum again for the jury. Could you back up a couple seconds, please?
Smashing the SUVs.
Keep going just a little bit, please. I'm going to point out for the jury, no dispute on this, right, guys? Okay. Joseph Rosenbaum is in this picture now, in the video. This is him right here. Please continue.
Smashing all these cars.
Could we rewind 10 seconds, please? Go ahead. I'm just going to direct my attention on the screen. I would like to, just so the jury knows where to be watching here, I'm going to ask the jurors to pay attention to the area in front of car source here, you'll see some figures running from right to left here on the screen. I just want to direct your attention to it so you know exactly where to look. Go ahead.
Oh shit.
I'm going to represent to the jury, I don't think there's any dispute about this. We have just heard the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum. And we'll go back and go over that in just a second. But Mr. Washington.
There was a first shot, which was not Mr. Rittenhouse's shot.
We'll get to it. Let me finish and I'll go back. Mr. Washington, after you heard the gunshots, what did you do personally?
I skated away to find safety.
Okay. And then eventually returned to kind of check things out afterwards. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of found like a position behind a retaining wall and tried to kind of film from behind the retaining wall.
Okay, fair enough. Can we rewind about 10 seconds, please? Let's go back 10 more just to make sure. Okay, thank you. Can we play that again, please? There's no dispute. We're all on the same page here. I'm going to let the jury know that the gunshot you just heard was fired by a man by the name of Joshua Zeminski. And I'm sure you'll hear a lot more about him later. Let's keep playing. I'll represent to the jury again without dispute that the 4 shots that were just heard are the 4 shots that the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, fired at Joseph Rosenbaum. There were several other shots that were just heard then, at least 3, maybe more. Those were not fired by the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. Please continue.
Oh shit. We got shots fired, guys. We got shots fired.
I'm going to stop the video there. Mr. Washington, you've already explained what you did afterwards. I just have one final question for you. When you arrived at the 63rd Street car source, and we've seen the video that you recorded, this was a video that you recorded with your phone, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, in addition to that, you're using your own eyes to look at what's going on.
Yes.
What I want to ask you is, did you see any fires at the 63rd Street car source when you were there personally?
Fires?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further. I guess for the record, just to button this all up, I believe that was... That was exhibit number 11, the video of the Corey Elijah live stream. I would move that into evidence.
Which one? I'm sorry.
It's number 11.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any objection? No. Received.
So can I ask you, Mr. Washington, on the night of the 25th, when this all happened, the video that you just showed us, did you receive a curfew ticket?
No.
No? Okay. Were you aware there was a curfew in place?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree you were out past curfew, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had described yourself as a social media influencer, is that right?
And that's the fairest way to describe what I do, I suppose, yes.
Okay. Do you travel around to video things like you videoed in Kenosha? Like, have you been to Portland and other places like that?
No, I've been to places in Wisconsin like Oshkosh and things like this, but I don't necessarily only film like political situations and stuff. I mean, I kind of document all different types of things. Like I was just at a Comic-Con and stuff like that.
And so I just want to make sure I have this right. So on the 23rd, I think you said you were taking a day off.
Yeah, it's Sunday, I was just trying to relax.
And you get a call or a notification that things are going on downtown.
Not downtown. That the shooting of Jacob Blake took place.
Okay. And at some point then, on the evening of the 23rd, you come down, like, to the courthouse area?
Yes, after, like I described, following the protesters down to the downtown location, yes, area of the courthouse and the public safety building.
And I'm going to show you a couple photographs. You can tell me if you recognize what was going on.
Okay.
I'll just give you.
Printouts. Is that a screen?
and marked Defense Exhibit 31 and 32. Okay.
All right. Oh, it's this paper.
We got to start with paper.
All right.
Can you just take a look at those and tell me if you recognize?
Yeah, this is a burning garbage truck. These are the old garbage trucks. There's those that live in Kenosha. Most people are from Kenosha that are here. We got new garbage trucks and things of that nature. We got new receptacles and pretty fancy or whatever. So they've used the old trucks to kind of make blockades around the courthouse. And so that's what, D32. D31 here is a photo of, it looks, like a waste truck or something on fire.
And you had mentioned, I think, on your direct that you had observed vehicles like that burning on, was it the 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
What you like here?
So, Judge, I don't have, our electronics isn't working properly, so I would move these two exhibits, and then if I could just, I'm going to have to show them to the jury with the court's permission.
Is there objection?
What night were these taken?
The 23rd.
Sunday night?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Judge, do you want me just to hand them to him, or just?
One at a time, so that when you get it, you don't have to look at both of them. Just pass one on and look at the names. Yeah, and then you can put, yeah.
And I think that, tell me if this was right, you had mentioned that there had been a large kind of congregation of people out front of the courthouse and by the Dinosaur Museum.
Yes.
And there was people talking about damaging.
We're back up.
You can put them up, that'd be great. People were talking about damaging the Dinosaur Museum, and that kind of was a place that was close to your heart.
Yeah, I mean, a place that I would say it's more of a staple in the community more than a place in my heart. It's not like I frequently visit the Dinosaur Museum. I just recognize the importance of it.
Okay, and if you can just take a peek at the screen. Those are the pictures that I had, 31 and 32, that I had showed you. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, tell me if this is right. You had said that on the night of the 23rd, there started to be people that you saw downtown that you didn't really recognize.
Yes.
So you had, it sounds like you have some influence in the community and you're known in the community. So there were people that you were starting to think were from out of town?
Yes, or at least people that were very suspicious looking.
Can you tell me why they were suspicious looking?
Attire, mainly, kind of with their attire and actions, I suppose. Like I mentioned, I believe yesterday, seeing someone that was in the back of I believe it may have even been the truck that you showed, in the back of the truck, finding debris that, I believe in the video, I may even have video, maybe you have the video of me asking the person what they're doing while they're in the back of the truck, and they said they're trying to find stuff to break stuff or whatever. So that was kind of one of the first moments, I suppose, were like a major red flag, besides, all the fires that went off.
Would it be fair to say that what we're seeing on the screen there, that's a red flag to you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's a burning garbage truck.
Okay, fair enough. So that's the 23rd. On the 24th, I think you said the 24th is worse than the 23rd. Is that right, in terms of damage to buildings and property?
I believe so. Again, I'm trying to be as transparent and fair to myself, I suppose. There was a lot that went on within like that week or two. I didn't get much sleep, and I'm trying to remember the best of my knowledge, but I haven't reviewed the video to study the video. So the best of my knowledge, yes.
Were there people, if you remember, on the 23rd, were there people out protecting the businesses, or was it kind of a free-for-all?
So there weren't people that you could, I suppose, identify that were protecting businesses. Possibly, I imagine there were once people noticed what was going on, but not that I could say that I verified that.
All right, so I'll ask it to you this way. Did you see a lot of people on the 23rd out protecting businesses?
No.
Were there, so then the 24th comes, and you had described the 24th at night becoming opportunistic. Is that fair?
That's what it seemed like.
Okay. And do you have the video? So one of the things that you had mentioned that had happened was you witnessed the Department of Corrections Probation and Parole Office being burned. If I can show you, is that? Is that the Department of Corrections Probation and Parole Office?
Yes. I'm pretty sure it's what it says on the building, right?
Right. I'm not trying to trick you, sir. I just.
Okay.
Okay. And if you. Now that building, if you know, burns to the ground. Correct?
Yeah. I know.
And did you see the Car Source? I think you mentioned that Car Source business, you noticed it that night as well burning.
Yes. I believe I think there's, they have two locations, right? So there's a location closer to the Civic Center Park, and then there's one that's further south. I believe both of them are called the Car Source.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 34 for a minute.
Okay.
Do you recognize that picture, sir?
Yes.
And if I said that's a picture of fires at the Car Source, would that be fair to you?
Yes.
Okay, so, Judge, I would move 34.
Any objection?
When was this event?
The 24th, correct?
Is there objection?
I just want to clarify what the timing of the event was.
That's right.
The Car Source burned on the 24th. The majority of the fires on the Car Source were the 24th, yes?
If this was on the 24th, then yes. If that's when the timestamp from the video is from, I won't dispute that.
Did you see any fires at the Car Source on the 25th? Which was the
Tuesday?
Yeah, the day Mr. Binger asked you if you saw any fires down there. That was his last question, and you said no, right?
You're talking about on Tuesday, the night of the shooting. Did I see any fires?
At Car Source?
No.
Okay. So if I told you that was the Car Source on the 24th, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. So I would move to 34, Judge.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
No, I don't think you guys.
Is that the Car Source that we're talking about?
So that is the Stella. Yeah, so yeah, that's the one across from Ruther.
Okay. So my question to you is this. On the 24th, did you notice more or less people protecting their businesses than the 23rd? Or the same?
I would more possibly, just because people had a general idea of what was going on.
Okay. Were there more businesses boarded up?
On the
24th?
I mean, there were no businesses boarded up on the 23rd. So if there were any businesses boarded up on the 24th, then yes, even if it was one, I imagine.
So 24th, you believe there were more people that were out protecting their property that you noticed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Were there more people out on the 25th, the night of the shooting, than the 24th?
Protecting their businesses? Or just in general?
More people out protecting businesses on the 25th.
Yes. There was visibly more people.
All right, and tell me if this is right. On the 25th, more people out protecting businesses, less fires. Agreed? On the 25th.
Yes, if that's the only comparison that we're going to make, yes.
Well, on the 24th, there were more fires
Yeah, right.
and some people out, right?
Right.
And then on the next day, the 25th, you said visibly more people out protecting property and far less fires
Yes, there was also less people as well, though.
on the 25th.
Yes.
Okay. And so you mentioned that Monday, the 24th, starts out peacefully in the day, and then it becomes opportunistic in all the property damage on the 24th, the night of the 24th.
Right. There was organized protests and things during the day. Anything that happened after nightfall was not an organized situation.
Did it appear to you that people were out there having opportunities to just damage property if they could on the 24th?
Yeah, after nightfall, yes.
And so can I ask you, on the 25th, you're back out and you're videotaping or running your live stream once again. And can you bring up the video that Mr. Binger showed at 1822? So down around Car Source, would you say there were visibly more people there to protect that business than the previous 2 days?
Down at the Car Source?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And
It may have been the owners or something, I'm not sure.
just there were more people protecting their businesses, and I understand you're saying less people were out, but substantially less property damage as it relates to fires that night.
Yes.
So if I could just have you watch this for a second. This is the video, this is your live stream that Attorney Binger had you comment on, okay?
Okay.
So there's, if I can ask you this, so you notice right here that there's a fire that has been started or is going, correct?
Yes, I see that, yes.
See that? Okay. And can you just run it?
So right downstairs. Yeah, that downstairs is about to be lit up.
Stop it. And it appears that people are going over there to put out maybe the fire that's going to be started in the dumpster.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth, I would say, where there was like things would happen, then they would get quashed, and then things would happen, and then people would come, and then they would resolve the issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were there more on the 25th? Were there more people actively, in your opinion, actively trying to put out or quell the fires once they started?
Yes. Yeah, that's why there's people with fire extinguishers and stuff.
Okay. Did you see people with fire extinguishers on the 24th, do you remember?
Possibly, but
Certainly
probably not.
Okay, so probably not on the 24th, but certainly multiple people had fire extinguishers on the 25th.
Yes.
Okay. So you could just play it. So people at that point are putting out the dumpster fire. Right?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Were people getting angry when the fires were being put out? Were they voicing objections?
So, there is, I would say yes, but there was pretty much objections to everything that everyone disagreed on. That's why I believe at one point in the video you hear me say people just need to agree to disagree on all of this stuff, because it's just going to continue to be back and forth.
Okay, but to be fair, if we can be, one of the things that made people angry that night were when fires were put out or quelled, right?
Possibly, yes, maybe. It's hard for me. You want me to explain for other people in a way, and I can't necessarily do that. But I imagine that's would make people upset.
Just in terms of what you saw and heard, though, some of the reactions were, there were things like people said, "Why'd you do that? Why'd you put that out?" Right? You heard that.
I mean, if it's played in the video, then I can hear it. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you play the video?
Yeah, like that guy said, "Why'd you do that?" Right there.
Right?
Yeah. But the context of it, again, to be fair to everyone, I don't know the context in which he said that, but he did say that. Yes.
Okay.
Whoever it was.
Back it up. So that gentleman right there, we agree, is Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Did you see him becoming angry at that point, moving toward the other people at the Ultimate gas station?
So to be fair, at that point, I wasn't focused on him, to be honest, but to be transparent, everything that I've ever seen of him that was kind of circulated on the internet, he seemed upset. So I'm not going to dispute that, but that's, again, outside influence of my knowledge of him, but it seems like it.
Can I ask you this? Did you, at this gas station, did you hear him scream, "Shoot me, shoot me"? And
I've seen a video of him saying, "Shoot me," saying,
the N-word?
yeah.
Were you there at the time that he said that?
Maybe, probably. I'm not sure. Do you have video of me being there? Because I don't recall, but I definitely saw a video of it. I'm not sure if it was mine or someone else's, but I've seen that.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that you didn't believe that the dumpsters were being pushed toward the gas station. Is that right?
Yeah. And I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but to me, I felt like they were trying to push them towards the police. That's what I kind of felt, and that's what it appeared to be to me. What that would do,
Fair to say, though, that there are dumpsters being pushed. At least one of them is pushed to kind of like where the driveway of the gas station is, right?
Yeah, they got them from like the gas station parking lot.
And it's reasonable. Well, let me ask you this: do you think it's reasonable that people put out fires that are near gas stations?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Okay. And
I mean,
you had mentioned, or I'll ask you.
Have you finished your answer?
oh yeah, it's
Sorry.
reasonable.
Okay.
That's fine.
Now, Mr. Binger had asked you at this location, did you see anybody fire a gun? Did you hear anybody fire a gun at anybody? Do you remember that yesterday?
Right, during this scenario, like by the Ultimate gas station, no, I don't recall hearing.
Did you see anyone, to be fair, at that gas station chase anybody else trying to attack them? Did you see that?
No, not that I recall.
Did you see anybody on the ground and another person trying to kick him in the face? Did you see that?
Did I see another person try to kick someone in the face?
Yeah.
No. By the Ultimate gas station, no.
Right. Did you see anybody hit somebody in the face or the neck area with a skateboard at that location?
At the location by the Ultimate gas station, no.
See anybody chasing anybody, pointing a gun at them? See any of that? At the Ultimate gas station?
At the Ultimate gas station, no.
Okay. And you had mentioned that people were throwing rocks, right?
Yeah, you can hear throughout the video. Throughout the entire, I'd say, several days of things that were going on, there was like the sound of rocks and things being thrown. Kind of was like quiet noise or whatever.
Do you know, now rocks can have different sizes and connotations and things like that.
Yes.
Did you see and have you seen, they were actually taking chunks of concrete and breaking them on the ground and picking up chunks of concrete and throwing those?
Yes, I've seen that, yes.
Okay, so it was, and I'm not saying that you misrepresented anything. There's a difference between maybe a small rock and a chunk of concrete. Is that fair?
Yeah, you can hear throughout the video that there's a difference. You can tell by the velocity of the sound of the banging that it's different size material that's being thrown.
Can you go to 24 minutes? So if I could just have you watch this, we're going to go to 24 minutes on the tape. You recognize that person right there?
Yeah, that's the defendant, correct?
Yeah, that's Mr. Rittenhouse. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. Does he, during this time that you saw him, does he appear to be agitated or irritated in any way to you?
Right there, it looks like he's just kind of standing, looking around.
Okay. If he would have been agitated or irritated or threatening in any way, would you have kind of followed him around probably or no? With the camera to see what he was doing?
Like if he was threatening.
Yeah, if he was acting, I'll ask it to you this way. If he was acting inappropriate, would you have videotaped him?
If he was engaging with someone in an inappropriate way and it was in my radius and I caught it, then I would move to that direction, yeah.
So is it fair to say there's nothing about his behavior at the Ultimate gas station that made you focus on him at all?
At this point, I'm just kind of standing around seeing what's going on because there's not much happening. So yeah, there's no.
So just play it, please. So he's agreeing that he's just kind of walking around like everybody else.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. You were asked how you got around that night, and you had mentioned that you had gotten around that night on a skateboard.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the trucks of a skateboard are?
Yes.
What are they?
They're what you attach the wheels of your skateboard to that attaches them to the board itself.
Okay. So can I ask you this? If you were going to swing that skateboard in an effort to create some velocity and hurt someone, how would you swing it?
If I was going to swing my skateboard to hurt someone? I mean, I suppose it depends on the situation. It's a plank of wood pretty much, so however you favor holding a plank of wood.
Could you grab it? Could you grab it by the trucks and swing it?
You could you could hold it, and you could grab it by anything, really. Anything that's on it, you could hold it by. So, yes.
But the trucks would let you swing it one-handed, right?
I mean, yes, I suppose. But again, you could hold just the board itself with one hand, depending on the size of your hands. Again, I have fairly large hands. I hold my board with one hand, all different types of ways. But if you have smaller hands, that would probably be the way that you want to hold it if you were trying to strike someone, I suppose. I'm not an expert at striking people with my skateboard. I kind of just ride it like what it's meant for. So,
I'm just asking your opinion on it, that's all.
okay.
Okay. Now, can you go to 5547? Mr. Binger, please, showed you that's fine. Just leave it there. So, stop it. Stop. As fast as you can. Play it, please. So that's Mr. Rittenhouse walking right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah.
So he's not, in your opinion on this, he's not chasing anyone, is he?
No, it looks like he's headed in a direction.
Okay, and he's. Is it fair to say that when you observed him, he's walking like you or I would just be walking if we were going somewhere?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay, so he, in your opinion, again, he doesn't appear to be hurried or he doesn't appear to be going after someone, correct?
At this moment, it doesn't appear to be that he's rushing any longer, no.
Okay. Can you play it, please? And he's got the fire extinguisher in his hand. Can you see that?
It looked like he was still holding whatever he was holding when he was holding a fire extinguisher before, so I imagine he did not swap it out for something else.
Okay. Can you just keep playing it? Now, were those people right there started? Was there a fire going right there?
I'm not sure. Can you replay it? Yeah, it looks like there's a little garbage fire there, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they definitely need that truck.
Play it.
Put the garbage out.
So now, Mr. Rosenbaum, we agree that's Mr. Rosenbaum? Yep. So now, Mr. Rosenbaum here, can you see? I don't know if you saw it, if you remember when I asked you about it at the Ultimate Gas Station. He no longer has his shirt on, correct?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Does it appear to you, and it wasn't asked by Mr. Binger, but that his shirt's wrapped around his face now, or around his head? Does that appear to be?
It could be around his head or around his neck area or something like that.
Agree, you can't see that person's face. Is that fair?
Not really. No. Yeah, that's fair.
So the last part of this I want to show you, Mr. Washington, is the actual incident, okay, that you captured.
Okay.
The shooting. I want you to listen. Did you hear, you heard a shot, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And then do you hear somebody yell, "Fuck you"?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Then, and do you know who said that?
No.
Okay.
It sounds like a male.
Okay, a male voice yells that.
Yeah.
You hear that.
Mm.
And we've established that Mr. Zeminski was the one who, you know who that is, who fired the first shot?
I heard about that. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be able to point him out, but I heard about that happening, yeah.
Okay. So can I just ask you this, and I don't know, you said that you kind of at least took mental note of
yes.
Mr. Rittenhouse, maybe because of his age, because of the gloves, things like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I took a mental note of some of people that kind of stood out to me, in my opinion. There's a lot of chatter on the internet and stuff like that. People are saying that people were going to like randomly kill people. Mainly, they said they were going to be targeting black people or something like that, which is, you can all see I'm a black man, so I took a note of that. So I was like, wanted to know who was around. I didn't necessarily feel like that was true, but you never know what may happen in situations that, you know, clearly, you know, who thought buildings would be set on fire and all of that. So you never know what really might happen. So I took a mental note of people that kind of stood out, like, again, like people that were acting erratic, like, I suppose, Mr. Rosenbaum, or people, the little things that stood out, like chain smoking with gloves on and stuff, you know?
Okay. So can I ask you this? You described, if I have it right, you described Rosenbaum as acting erratic, right?
From all of the moments that I was around that you could notice, yes.
Okay. Other than smoking with gloves on, anything that Kyle Rittenhouse did that you noticed that was in any way erratic, threatening, use any term you want. Use any term that you want to describe. Anything that was out of the ordinary about his behavior.
The only thing I could say that was, and maybe it's, to be fair, like, this is just, I suppose, my opinion. He just seemed like he was young and like he didn't know exactly like what was going on. And because he was smoking so much, and he, again, if he didn't have the gloves on, maybe I wouldn't have noticed as much, but I just don't know why, like in the situation, why you would have gloves on. Maybe there's some technical reason or something that you may know, but to me, that's just what stood out to me.
Okay.
Not saying that I felt like, oh, this is a guy that's going to go around and mow a bunch of people down or anything like that. I just was like, oh, that's interesting. Let me take a note of that. And when he ran by, I was like, oh, I went in my Rolodex in my head, like, oh, I remember this guy from before. Is there anyone chasing him or anything? No. Maybe there's something happening down that way. So I just headed in that direction, not necessarily focusing on him per se, but focusing on possibly there's a situation in that direction.
So I don't know if you've answered the question, but the question was about his behavior in terms of what he did. He didn't act erratic to you.
I mean, chain smoking cigarettes is kind of a behavioral thing.
Okay.
So it's not like you don't necessarily have to engage with people to have mannerisms and things like that.
So the thing that stuck out to you, you described Rosenbaum as erratic, and if this is fair, and Rittenhouse as chain smoking. Yes?
I suppose you could say nervous, I guess, would be a fairer way to say it. He seemed nervous in the situation. But I mean, I suppose a lot of people were nervous. Again, it's not a slight at him. It was just a mental note that I took.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
All right, let's.
I have one more question, Judge. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead. So I'm going to ask you, I think, one more question, if I could. Okay. You had said, Mr. Binger had asked you if you noticed any fires at the car source at 63rd and Sheridan that evening.
Yes, and I believe I said no, or I don't recall.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm going to show you this, and you can tell me if you recall this.
No, I do notice there was damage happening,
I didn't
like
ask you a
people
question.
smashing cars.
Just hold on a second, okay?
Hmm?
Do you remember, now that's Car Source, right? You're aware of that?
Yes, that's car source.
You'd agree that's a fire inside that truck?
Yeah, that's what that looks like, yep.
So there were fires at Car Source that night, right?
If this is that night and that's what's happening, then yes, that's what just happened. Yes.
All right, very good.
Is this? I don't get to pose a question, but I was just wondering if this is like right before the shooting happened.
Judge, there's no question.
Because if
You
it
don't
will,
have to ask me, I don't think.
We'll, like, he asked the questions and you can answer them, and so, but would that change your answer?
I would only. The only reason I ask is because if this is right before the shooting, after I ran as soon as the shooting took place, so I wasn't like zeroed in on what was happening there because there was just a shooting that happened and I was running for my safety. So.
All right, we're going to take a break at this time. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Again, standard rules about not going on the internet, read, watch, or listen to anything, or transmit any message regarding your service on the jury. And I'm going to say about 15 minutes. What are you glaring at me for? They I understand. Them I understand. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Binger.
Mr. Washington, I just have a few follow-up questions to the things you testified about earlier. We saw in the video that there were at least one dumpster at one point that was set on fire on the road. Where did that dumpster come from?
I believe the parking lot of the Ultimate gas station. So there's a commercial building right next to it, and there's like dumpsters that are typically stationed right there.
May I approach your Honor?
Did you ask me a question?
I was just asking if I could set this up again. Is that okay? Thank you. Mr. Washington, do you have that laser pointer still? Okay. Could you point on this map to where you believe those dumpsters were originally located before they were pulled out in the street? So you are indicating the Ultimate gas station on the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan, and you're pointing along what appears to be the south side of that parking lot next to the Boost Mobile and Check and Go building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if someone wanted to start a fire in a dumpster and push it towards the gas station, they wouldn't need to pull the dumpster out into the road, would they?
No.
Okay. You indicated that you had a skateboard that night, correct?
Yes, correct.
Did you ever use it as a weapon?
Never.
In your video, it appears there are several other people that had skateboards as well. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you see a lot of people using skateboards that night to
Yes.
get around?
Yes.
Did you see anyone else using it as a weapon?
No.
Is it fair to say that the folks there that night were primarily using their skateboards like 8-year-old kids do to skate around on?
Yeah. Yes.
You were also asked about Mr. Rosenbaum several times, and I want to clarify something because I think there was a little bit of confusion about your perception of Joseph Rosenbaum that night. So let me just ask you, okay? I think you've testified that since that night, you have seen other videos showing Mr. Rosenbaum at various times that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that in your video, he is seen at various times, including at Ultimate Gas.
Yes.
I know it's hard, but I want you to put yourself back in the mindset of that night when you're taking that video.
Okay.
At that time, did you take any notice of Joseph Rosenbaum?
No. From the video that we have, the moments that I saw him, he appeared to be operating like everyone else, maybe.
Could we go to that timestamp that I indicated? I think it was 56, something like that. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me turn on all the monitors again. I think they're so smart they turn themselves on. What I'd like to do is play the portion of the video that shows you leaving Ultimate Gas heading south on Sheridan Road. So I think that's about where we're at in this video. When we start it, if there's changes that need to be made, I'll let you know. So. Keep going one more second, please. Keep going, sorry. I'm sorry, keep going one more second. It's hard to predict. We've already established that the individual that is shown up here is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. And just off the screen to the right, we saw an individual who's been identified as Richie McGinnis. So I'm just reestablishing that for everybody. Can we continue forward now, please? We've already established also that this individual that I'm going to point to is Joseph Rosenbaum. We'll stop there. Would you agree with me, Mr. Washington, that as you pass by the defendant and Joseph Rosenbaum heading south on Sheridan Road, that the sequence of individuals is Mr. Rosenbaum is further south ahead of the defendant, Mr. Rittenhouse?
Correct. Yes.
In this photograph, we see a house in the background. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, if you could take a look at the map that is on the easel there. Would you agree with me that in this video we are the point of view is you are looking west across Sheridan Road?
Yes.
With the laser pointer, can you show us the block on the west side of Sheridan Road that has houses in it? That is the block between 61st and 62nd Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at this point in the video, would you agree with me that you are on the east side of Sheridan Road, heading south, somewhere in that block between 61st and 62nd Street?
Yes.
Final question I have for you is, you were asked about what Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing on his face, and I think you indicated that his face was obscured by the shirt. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you wearing a mask that night?
Yes, yeah, you could tell by my voice. I was muffled the entire night, yeah.
And this was in August of 2020 when there was a lot of COVID going around, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Is it fair to say that a lot of people that night had face coverings?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any question?
Just a couple bits.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Washington, in that picture that you see there, you're not asserting that Mr. Rosenbaum is using that as a COVID mask, are you? That he's wearing a shirt over his face as a COVID mask?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think that calls for speculation as to what Mr. Rosenbaum's intent was.
You don't know why he's put that he's wrapped his shirt around his face, do you?
No.
Okay. And you were asked by Attorney Binger in terms of the direction that people are heading, that Mr. Rosenbaum is further south than Mr. Rittenhouse in that picture, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree on that video, it doesn't appear that Mr. Rittenhouse is chasing Mr. Rosenbaum, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It appears they, like multiple other people, are simply walking south. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
That's not the picture that we were going to buy.
Judge, I'm approaching the witness with the court's permission. I'm going to ask if you can just identify that picture. That's D36, is that right?
Yes, D36.
Okay, and can you just tell the jury what that appears to be a picture of?
This appears to be a picture of, what is this, a toppled vehicle? No, that's not. That's a fire by some wood, and there's a dumpster here and people around it.
Okay. And if I could just direct your attention to, there's a person there wearing a blue. Like would you say that's a bandana? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Blue bandana, sure.
No objection to the idea. So if I told you that we agree that that's Joseph Rosenbaum in that picture, okay? So Joseph Rosenbaum at that point is wearing you'd agree, a blue bandana over his face.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yep. Yeah.
Judge, I would move 36.
Any objection?
No.
So, Mr. Washington, so this is, that's Mr. Rosenbaum right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, some people were covering their faces for protection from COVID using those type of bandanas that night, right?
Yes.
Did you see anybody using their shirt to do the same thing?
Possibly, I'm not sure. Maybe, maybe not. Probably not.
Okay.
I mean, there's other than Joseph Rosenbaum. I assume you're implying, right?
Yeah.
No, maybe, yes. Now that I recall.
Okay. Mr. Washington, thank you for your time, sir.
Any question, Mr.?
No.
You may step down, sir.
The state calls Detective Martin Howard.
raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Martin Howard, Howard.
How are you currently employed?
The City of Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
A little over 10 years.
What is your current assignment?
Second shift detective.
How long have you been a detective with the Kenosha Police Department?
Almost 3 years.
And prior to that, were you a patrol officer?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, 2020, were you working as a detective for the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
On that particular night, the night of this incident, what was your initial assignment on duty?
We had various duties. We conducted surveillance in unmarked squad cars, watching crowds and making reports on them in the radio. We also did things like go to gas stations and make sure all the pumps were shut off.
Why did you do that?
Because we were receiving reports that there were people filling up gas containers at local gas stations, and to prevent further arson, we made sure that gas stations were not distributing gas.
Was there a certain time of day when you began that process?
Approximately 6 p.m. I know the curfew was at 8 p.m., so we were trying to make sure it was done before that.
When you were doing the activities you just described, were you operating in an unmarked squad car?
Yes.
Was anyone with you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Detective Antaramian.
And that's Detective Ben Antaramian, who's here at council table as well?
Yes.
And other than what you've just previously described, what other duties did you have that night initially?
Another thing we did was take a post out on the interstate, and we had different detectives watching different exits just to provide a little bit of forward information on influx of crowds coming in and reporting that to command so they could make better decisions.
Was that one of the things you personally did?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately where it was that you went out there to check on the interstate?
I spent time at different exits on I-94.
Did you see anything unusual?
There were some cars coming.
And were they ones that you felt necessary to report on?
Yeah, there were several different times while this was going on that we would make a report of a larger group of cars coming in seemingly together.
Why did that concern you?
Well, if you saw an influx of cars with license plates removed, that was a telltale sign for us that they may not be coming to Kenosha to conduct regular business.
Was there a time that particular night in which any of the off-ramps from the interstate into Kenosha were closed?
Yes.
Do you know approximately when that was?
I believe that started on Monday the 24th.
And do you remember what time of day?
Later on in the afternoon.
Okay. And was that something that was also in effect on Tuesday night?
Yes.
And you indicated the curfew was at 8 p.m. that night?
Yes.
What part of Kenosha did that affect?
The city of Kenosha.
What did that curfew technically mean for citizens of Kenosha?
It meant for everybody to stay home.
Not be out on the streets, driving
Yes.
around, going to the store, walking around,
Yes.
things like that?
Mm-hmm.
What about if you...
As we were receiving a lot of reports, 911 calls of different things going on. A lot of these calls were unfounded, but we still, every 911 call we get, we still have to check it out and make sure that things are safe there. So we would respond to locations where incidents were reported to see if something was going on. And if something was going on, we would verify that and do what we could.
Is it fair to say that on this particular Tuesday night, you and most of the rest of the Kenosha Police Department was out there in full response to issues going on in our community?
It depended on the issue.
But it wouldn't be normal for you as a detective to go to gas stations or the interstate exits or things like that?
No, a typical day for me is I'm in the Detective Bureau conducting follow-up investigations, occasionally going out and talking to witnesses, gathering surveillance footage, that sort of thing. But mainly on a normal day, I'm in the Detective Bureau.
Now, did there come a time in that evening when your assignment changed?
Yes.
When approximately was that?
just before midnight.
And can you tell us more about that?
There was a report of a shooting in the area of 60th and 63rd in Sheridan. And at that time, we initially got a report that there were 4 homicide victims.
And that was a report you personally received?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did your assignment that evening change?
Yes. At approximately 12:30, Detective Vance Raymond and I were assigned to investigate this case.
And since that time, 12:30 a.m. on August 26th, the
Yep.
following morning, have you and Detective Vance Raymond been the primary lead detectives on this case?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what you have done personally in the course of that investigation?
One of the main things I did was go over the internet and try to find as many videos as I could of this incident. There were a lot of videos on social media, so I do Twitter searches for Kenosha and find videos that contain the incident and save those. There were also Facebook live streams like Mr. Washington's that we just saw. I was able to locate that and save that from Facebook. And there were several other locations that videos were found. Some private citizens came forward with video. We gathered those.
Now, you said that about 12:30 in the morning on the night of August 25th, early morning. Oh, sir.
Apparently the lunch has been delivered early, and some of it's warm, I think, so that I don't know if the jurors want to have warm, soggy, or cool, soggy sandwiches. So let's break a little early for lunch, and please don't talk about the case during the break. Let me ask that you return at about 10 after 12. Is that convenient? Oh, man, that doesn't work with my... Well, I'll have to change my plans. So please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And, okay. I guess I'll have to go another day. Okay. Right.
We have to wait for the gentleman.
Okay. Not a problem. I'll try to figure this out. It'll come to me.
Good afternoon, Detective Howard.
I want to continue discussing your assignment on the night of August 25th, 2021. Excuse me, before we took a break. 2020, thank you. Before we took a break, you were talking about going on the internet and downloading some videos, and we're going to get back to that in a second, but I want to go back to the evening of early morning hours into the next day of August 25th, August 26th of 2020. Did there come a time in which you learned the identity of the person who had shot people that night?
Yes.
How did that come to be?
There was information on social media, and also we received information that the person had turned themselves in at the Antioch Police Department.
Prior to the defendant turning himself in at the Antioch Police Department, did you have information identifying him as the individual who shot and killed two people that night?
There were pictures circulating on social media.
Were you able to see or figure out the identity of the person in those pictures?
Early on in the investigation, I recall seeing a picture, but I do not recall knowing the identity of the person immediately.
Did there, after the defendant turned himself in to the Antioch Police Department, did you go down there in person?
Yes.
And did you have face-to-face contact with the defendant?
Yes.
Did the defendant indicate to you that he had suffered some injuries that night?
Yes.
Did you take photographs and document those injuries?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about those injuries?
He had an approximately half-inch scratch above his left eyebrow. He had a small cut on the inside of his lower lip, slightly offset to the right. There is a approximately 2-inch scratch below his left collarbone. There was some redness to the right side of his belly button, just above his waistline. There was an approximate 2-inch scratch on his left forearm. There was some redness on his right forearm. There was some redness on the tip of his right thumb. And on his back, there was a scratch somewhere on his left side, about the where the left shoulder blade would be, in that approximate area. And also there were 2 bumps on the back of his head that was approximately here, so above the left ear. Both of those injuries on his head, I could not get to turn up in the photograph because Mr. Rittenhouse has very thick hair. But with the gloved hand, I was able to feel it. And both of these bumps I would approximate to be the size of a penny. And the skin was slightly raised, and I was able to feel that with my hands.
Was that the extent of the injuries that the defendant reported to you?
Yes.
Now, I know you talked about getting some videos off the internet. Was there a time in which you also collected some physical evidence from the scene of the shootings?
Yes, at 63rd Street and Sheridan Road, yes.
And can you tell us about that?
That was on August 29th. We had a citizen by the name of James Powarczyk. I might have gotten his last name a little bit off, but I think there were 2 W's in there. I think it was Powarczyk. We got a report that the citizen came to check out the area of where this had happened, and he located 2 shell casings underneath a silver Chevy Cruze in the CarSource parking lot.
Karen, that last name is Piwow, ARCZYK. After receiving this report, did you go to that scene to check out these shell casings?
Yes.
Did you recover those shell casings?
Yes.
And what were they specifically?
They were 2 Aguila 223 REM shell casings, and the location of where they were located, the silver Chevy Cruze was right in the area of what I had seen on the videos of where the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum had taken place.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned earlier that as part of your investigation, you searched social media, the internet, etc., to gather videos of this particular night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go through some of those videos now in your testimony. Let me turn the TVs on. Does that work for everybody? Is that not a good angle for you, sir? How does that work over there? Is that okay? Thank you.
Well, the problem is, once again, that I have to ensure that the defendant can see it.
He'll have it on his TV.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you.
The first video that I'm going to show is on our... Oh, I hit the button. I apologize. This is a video which is on our list as exhibit number 18. And this is a video from a news source called The Rundown Live. So if we could begin this, begin playing this at the very start, please.
Kristan T. here is here at the Rundown Live, and I'm here with a bunch of militia. They're protecting a local car shop across the street. I saw yesterday as this one, there's video of it on YouTube, of this one burn. And we have that fire and people are hitting it with bats and a whole bunch of other things.
I have an objection to this audio being played and the editorialization. I don't have a problem with the video being played.
I think we've agreed to the authenticity of it. I think that the individual who recorded this is available to be subpoenaed if necessary.
Well,
I don't think it's...
There's a rule of confrontation.
May we approach, Your Honor? I don't want to continue this in the presence of the jury.
Well, start there. Start from that position and we'll see. This is a confrontation issue.
May we approach, Your Honor? I'm sorry. It's
no, because it's be something that has to be a record, and I'll have to send the jury.
It's
on
not.
it.
I don't believe it's a confrontation issue, Your Honor, because we're going to be here. We've already heard audio from other witnesses, and we're going to hear more.
There was not an objection. I can tell you. If there's descriptive material, then he's entitled to confront the speaker.
There's not descriptive material of the defendant, Your Honor. This is not a confrontation issue.
You've heard it before?
Yeah, I've seen it in its editorialization.
He's already made statements, assertions of fact.
He just made one.
He did.
Okay, we can play it without the audio. There will be times in which we will have audio of interactions with the defendant, where he makes statements.
Defendant's statements are admissible.
All right, I'll do my best to alert you when those occur. So let's play without sound for now.
when I studied evidence last century, the evidence textbook, which was probably about this thick, about a quarter of it was dealt with the hearsay rule. You hear the word hearsay all the time, and the section on the hearsay rule began, there is nothing murkier in the law of evidence than the hearsay rule. And I can tell you from 50 years of experience that that is accurate. It is a rule that has many, many exclusions, and it has many, many exceptions. So some things that may seem to the untrained ear to be hearsay are not, and some things that don't seem like it are. Basically, the rule is that a statement of a non-testifying person cannot be offered to prove the truth of the matter which is asserted in the statement. The rule, this is something we actually referred to on the first day when I talked about what's introduced in evidence has to be under oath. It has to be subject to cross-examination. And that's not true of statements that are made by somebody who's not here while testifying as a witness. He's not here on the stand, he's not under oath, and he's not subject to cross-examination. So this person who's describing this is occurring on a discussion that you or I might have if it didn't require the strict rules that we have in the courts, perfectly, ordinary conversation. But when it gets into court, and this is actually referred to in the Bible, St. Paul, when he was put on trial, this is, I think it's Caesarea. Well, it was over in Palestine, in Israel. He was accused of some activity, and he was a Roman citizen, which was not common, but he happened to have been a Roman citizen, and so he had rights that we share now as Americans. And when they tried to put him on trial with evidence which was being repeated by somebody who wasn't there and under oath, he said, "Where are the witnesses against me? I am a Roman, and I have a right to confront my accusers. They should be here." And so that led to actually his voyage to Rome to have his case heard before the emperor. So it's an ancient rule. It's strictly enforced in the criminal courts for very obvious reasons. So that's what we're talking about here. And so if the person who's making this descriptive material is here and can be put under oath and cross-examined, then it's admissible. But otherwise, it is not admissible through the officer here. You can play the video. And now, one of the exclusions from the operation of the rule, there was reference here to there were apparently statements, the state claims were made by the accused. There's an exclusion. That is not hearsay. A statement made by a party opponent is not hearsay. So he's entitled, the district attorney is entitled to have the sound up during those if they are statements of the defendant himself. So, go ahead.
All right, we'll continue the video without sound. There will be a moment in which, shortly, where we'll turn the sound back on. But for now, we'll just play without sound. Pause for a second there. Detective Howard, have you had an opportunity to watch the video we've been playing so far? Yes. Okay. May I set up that easel again, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Detective Howard, based on what you've seen in the video thus far, are you able to identify the location of where this video is being taken?
Yes, the videographer at this point in time is on the southwest corner of Sheridan Road and 59th Street. It looks like he's in the Car Source parking lot. I'd say about there. The viewpoint of the video is pointing north towards St. James Church.
And we've already heard some testimony about the fact that St. James Church on our map looks like it's got a structure there, but in the video it's changed. Are you familiar with that?
At St. James Church at this time, and a little bit prior to these incidents, was going through a demolition.
Okay. Thank you. Please.
Well, the former school building.
Yeah, the school building.
Not the church.
Correct.
Let's continue the video, please. Let's pause 1 second here, and can we turn the sound back on? I think everybody's in agreement. That is the defendant, correct? Yes. Okay. So let's turn the sound back on briefly for this section, please.
We're live, got the rundown live. And as you can see, there. Do you have a good angle? Yeah, very cool. And you guys local or no? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm Kyle, by the way. No, we'll do this.
Coronavirus.
Oh, dude, I'm not afraid of no coronavirus.
Yeah.
In fact, my shirt underneath it says I survived the coronavirus. There you go. Yeah, it's very possible. Was that? Oh, bro. Believe it or not, I've been doing this for about 12 years, so 41. And, you know, if you guys see me get hit with something, I'm knocked out, that's when I need help. Yep. Or if it looks like somebody's going to beat me at the club, then I need help. Other than that, I can...
we'll be there to help.
Non-aggression principle. You know, I don't want anyone hurt. They have medics, too, and their medics are pretty helpful, even though they might be on the other side, if that makes sense. But they'll help me, okay?
We got medics, too.
Okay, cool. So, do you guys mind?
We'll turn the sound off now, but continue the video. Thank you. I'm sorry. I misspoke. Let's go back a few seconds and turn the sound back on. There, let's continue with the sound at this moment for a little bit, please. Thank you.
They have medics, too, and their medics are pretty helpful, even though they might be on the other side, if that makes sense. But they'll help me, okay?
We got medics, too.
Okay, cool. So, do you guys mind? Is there a way up on the roof?
Yeah, there is, but you gotta go through the shop, and we really want to know what else going through.
Okay, no, that's fair. I thought I'd ask and make for some cool footage. But we got militia members.
Let's turn the sound off now, please. Thank you. We pause the video for a second there. No dispute on. Okay. I'm going to use. May I use that sister? What's her name again? I'm sorry. Marciana. I always said Marciana. I'm going to point out up on the roof there is Dominic Black. And there's not any dispute about this from the defense, so I just want to clarify for the jury. I'll do it on the screen here if I can. This individual here, which is the one with the lighter shirt on, is Dominic Black. No dispute on that? Okay. So that is Dominic Black up there on the roof. Thank you. pause there. Now, can we please skip forward to the 30-minute and 25-second mark? All right, let's continue. All right, thank you. Can we play from there? No sound at this moment, please. Pause for a second there. I don't think there's any dispute on both. For the jury's purposes, I'm just going to point out this individual that is going to be walking towards the camera is Ryan Balch. And then we just saw the defendant on a car that was leaning against a car that was off to the right of this. So he may come back into view again, but just wanted to point that out for the jury. Please continue. Can we stop 1 second, please? Can we go back to the point where the defendant comes into view and turn the sound on, please? Right there, please. Pause and let's turn the sound on, please.
All right.
Hey, who's a fast runner?
Oh.
Run down.
Yeah, don't instigate. Don't just stand there. They're not going to cause any problems. So we got the militia here.
Stop. Sorry. Turn the sound off, please. Thank you. All right, let's go to the 48-minute and 45-second mark, please. Okay, can we turn the sound on for this, please?
We talked to them a little earlier, and they've been pretty nice to me. They've kind of let me come and go. How you guys doing?
Hey, who you with?
The Rundown Live. So,
Got a reporter in the perimeter!
all right, they're saying I'm in the perimeter. They're making awareness that I'm here. All right, they're asking me to leave. And we got the militia here. They're trying to protect private property.
They should be, but it's fine.
They're trying to protect their property. Everyone got that right. Yeah, no shit. I don't disagree. That's
Hey, they aiming at us when we down there.
Oh, were they?
With the green laser.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, with the green laser.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
No, that's not cool. But I think a lot of them just are scared. So
Look at these pussies on the roof!
they're just trying to protect their property, bro. I agree with this guy. These guys just trying to protect their property up there. Yeah, they're just trying to protect their property.
Oh, yeah, I know, but they...
Like, if that was my house and I didn't know what was going on, I'd be, you know... Yeah.
Yeah, that's the fucked up part. I just assumed they were like some old riders.
No, I think one of them, they clicked the laser pointer, and they're probably somebody's trying to be a cocky
They got
dick.
the right to do that.
Yeah, I know, but it's still being a cocky dick, though, you know.
That's true.
Because those things are loaded. That's not for fun. That's not for fun. That's not painful. But they got, yeah. Back to my point, not all militias should have guns, because if they're pointing lasers at people from the roof, that's not cool either. So that's what caused it. So allegedly, the reason why they were upset is somebody pointed a green laser at them from the roof. So they, those are loaded guns, so people will take that. De-escalation. That isn't de-escalation, you know what I'm
It's the same as the earlier objection. If he wants to play my client, that's fine, but this is editorialing.
I understand the objection. The problem is there are portions of this that don't have anything to do with the defendant that describe the scene, and I'm trying to give the jury
That's
a sense of the
hearsay.
scene.
It's hearsay.
I'm not introducing anyone's statements for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm introducing it for the state of mind of the defendant as he watches
If
this
it's
scene.
not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's irrelevant.
No, it goes to state of mind, Your Honor.
State of mind of
the defendant. When he sees...
someone else's... would you do me a favor and step into the library for a minute? Please don't talk about the case while you're out of the room. Okay. First off, the Court of Appeals very strongly condemns sidebars, and we've used them for a number of purposes in this case, which I think everyone would agree have not touched anything which is an essential part of the case, and mainly have been management issues. But the Court of Appeals rightly wants to have a full record made, which cannot be made when we're having a little sidebar. So, and when you state your objections, then I've stated you have to state the objection here, or else I'll have to excuse the jury. And I think that was, we're going to get into this a little more deeply now. So I think we did the right thing to do that. And we'll try to keep it so that they're not inconvenienced too much just being in the library here. Let me just test the stage here. I've talked about inaccurate things out on the media, and one of the things that I've read over and over and over again is about how I messed up the State against Jensen case, which is now pending downstairs. Actually, I had it 100% correct in the first place. I ruled that the disputed matter was testimonial evidence that had to be confronted, and your office appealed. This is 20 years ago, and it was fine. It was a big issue. It was a big case, and the state Supreme Court reversed and said, no, we're going to adopt a new rule that is to be applied in this case about waiver and forfeiture. And so it came back, and I said right in the record, this is going to get reversed again because it was an unsound ruling, unanimous. I hate to say that about the Supreme Court, but it's true. And of course, that has proved positive. So I tried the case according to the way the Supreme Court told me to try it, And that was 20 years ago. The man is still in prison. And the case has again been reversed because of the evidence that the Supreme Court told me to admit. I don't want to mess around with confrontation issues. I can't let you present evidence into this record, which is barred by the confrontation rule. And you're asking me to let this just run while this man is making descriptive materials to prove the state of mind of the accused? That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
First of all, Your Honor, nothing that's being said in this video can be construed as testimonial.
There was historical information that he was saying in the part that we did here.
It is not for testimonial purposes. He is not presenting it in anticipation of litigation. He's not giving it to law enforcement. It's not a report for the purposes of reporting a crime or for any pending legal action whatsoever.
Let's not even talk about it as confrontation. Let's talk about it as hearsay.
Then it goes to the defendant's state of mind, because the defendant is witnessing everything that's going on in this video. He is witnessing what's going on in the crowd. He's witnessing the response. He's witnessing all of these statements that are being made. And it goes to his state of mind. It's a present sense impression. And the defendant's state of mind, as we've all agreed multiple times in this case, is critical to the case.
Your Honor, start at the beginning for where I came in. The state argues that we've been doing this. One, Mr. Elijah, who was giving the editorial comments in the first video, he was here to be questioned. In this case, this individual who's in charge of the audio-video feed is not under the state subpoena. He could be. If they chose to do that, they could have him here, and he could testify to his opinions, and we could cross-examine those. That would be acceptable. What Mr. Binger is saying is, my client is there, so he knows all this. There's no proof that what that individual is seeing, filming, and commenting on, my client is looking at it, seeing, or part of it. That's why that person needs to be here to testify. I have no problem with this detective testifying as to people, places, and things from this video. We stipulated that. I did not stipulate to the editorial comments. I have no objection. Obviously, there's no basis for it when they want to play statements of my client that are on video. That's not hearsay. But this and his statements regarding militia, things like that, that is hearsay.
So we've got two complaints here, or two objections. One is the confrontation clause. This is not testimonial. It doesn't even fall anywhere near testimonial. Therefore, confrontation clause, I don't believe, is a valid objection. When it comes to hearsay, Your Honor, we had a pretrial dispute regarding things that Joseph Rosenbaum did all night long that were not witnessed by the defendant. The defense argued that those things should come into evidence because they show the context, they show his character, they show propensity for violence, they set the scene here. And I argue to Your Honor that if the defendant didn't personally witness it, it shouldn't come in. That argument failed. You allow them to come in. We've heard in the opening statement a lot of things about Joseph Rosenbaum that I know personally, and the evidence I think will demonstrate that the defendant never witnessed that night. But they're going to come in to attack the character of a deceased individual. And I understand the Jackson ruling. I've read that decision. I understand all of that. The difference is, Your Honor, this is exactly what the defendant witnessed. He is right there. Now, counsel is asserting that the defendant isn't aware of what's going on at this scene. I don't know that. The defendant knows that. Well, he has the right to testify. I'm going to.
Wait a minute. You're right. He has the right to testify. He has no obligation to testify.
Absolutely not. But if he's going to get,
and if you're going to,
he is present. He's within a few feet of all this stuff going on. So it is a perfectly reasonable understanding that he is witnessing this and that this is forming his state of mind. He is seeing confrontations. We are showing the jury those confrontations. These are occurring right in front of his face. So this is him right there. I'm not showing stuff that was 10 blocks away. I'm showing what was right in front of him as he's witnessing. We've already seen him in this video. Now, if the defense wants to argue he didn't witness it, if they've got evidence to suggest that, they can argue that and the jury can make a decision. This is a factual dispute. The hearsay objection Again, these are not being, no statement that I'm showing this for you is being offered to prove the fact of the statement. But hearsay does not necessarily have to be admitted for the truth of the matter asserted to be relevant. It can be admitted for other purposes, such as present sense impression, state of mind. These are excited utterances that are going on in the heat of a conflict in a scene like that. So there are plenty of hearsay objections.
There are so many things you're touching on that I want to be able to tackle them all.
Sure.
And this present sense impression thing, what the defendant was aware of with respect to what was pictured in the video, and I'll give you that even though the camera's aimed on him and is looking into his face and what he's seeing is actually the videographer, but I'll grant you he's there, but you're accomplishing the result as to what was available for his scrutiny when you show the movie, the video. I don't see where the commentary by the videographer is part of his sources of knowledge. That's number one. Secondly, getting back to the Jackson case and the ruling the other day, and I'm going to comment about the media again because there was a gentleman on TV night before last who said this is the most divisive case in the country today. So anything that undermines public confidence in what happens here is very important. It's important for this town. It's important for this country to have people have confidence in the result of this trial, whatever it is. And I don't care what it is. But people have to be confident. There are people on the media, on reputable sites, that are saying things that are totally bizarre. And I'm going to cite one only because it is exemplary, and it stems from the conversation we had the other day about the uncommunicated threat rule. You talk about things that occurred with respect to Mr. Rosenbaum that were unknown to the defendant at the time that the crime allegedly was committed. And you're right, under one subsection of that statute, the defendant has to have been aware of the incident in order to be an operative fact. But there's another one, the uncommunicated threat rule, which is an ancient rule of our law, which I talked about at the time of the ruling. And the Jackson case discussed it somewhat. It's also discussed here at Judge Weinstein's commentaries. And it's section 7.01, subsection 3, subsection C. And it says, if the defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, it must be in the form of opinion or reputation testimony. And that was, I think, one of the things that you were advancing. It may not be in the form of evidence concerning other acts. When a defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, then the process, well, I won't read that because it's not relevant. But then the next paragraph, and this is the critical one. When the defendant offers evidence of a homicide victim's violent character, but does not show that the defendant was aware of that character trait at the time of the incident resulting in the victim's death, the defendant is offering the evidence as circumstantial proof of the alleged victim's violent behavior at the time of the incident in question, and the offer falls squarely within Rule 404, subsection A, subsection 2, subsection B. On the other hand, if there is evidence that the defendant was aware of the alleged victim's violent nature at the time of the incident in question, evidence of the alleged victim's violent character is admissible in support of the accused's claim of self-defense, but solely under 404A2B. Under those circumstances, the evidence of the alleged victim's violent character is admissible independently of Rule 404A2B because it is relevant to the accused's apprehension of the imminent danger and the reasonableness of his or her defensive measures. So there's two different parts of the rule. One of them is the defendant has to have been aware of the decedent's violent acts or turbulent behavior. In the other one, it's circumstantial evidence of the victim's violent behavior at the time of the incident. That's what I admitted it on. Now, one of these, this was on CNN, Jeffrey Toobin and another attorney there, and the comment was made that the ruling was incomprehensible. And I think they obviously are not familiar with this rule. That's our law. That's the law in the Jackson case. It's the law in the case of the United States against Craig A. Smith, which is 230 Federal 2nd 300, 7th Circuit case from 2000. This is admissible evidence. But it applies under the statute to the decedent. It does not apply to the defendant. So you're mixing rules up here, and I don't understand any theory under which you can bring in what certainly seems to me to be hearsay when you could acquire the attendance of the witness.
George, there are two things. Do you have the modern site, an actual site for Wisconsin in terms of the rule? Because that 404 clearly is not a Wisconsin statute.
Well, I'll look it up. It's the same rule. It's 90404.
904?
It just changes one numeral, which has been the rule for as long as I've been practicing evidence.
What was the subsection? You said 404 subsection 2B2, was that it?
Yeah, it would be Wisconsin. The federal rules and the Wisconsin rules, as you know, have basically are the same in most instances and in this one, but they just use a different numeral.
That's the greater latitude rule of child sex offenses.
No, it's not. It's not the greater latitude rule.
Well, under 90404 sub 2B2, that under Wisconsin statutes, that's the greater latitude rule for child sex offenses. So the greater latitude rule for child sex offenses, there may be a difference in the subsection lettering and numbering between the federal system, which is Rule 404, and Wisconsin statute, section 904.04. So I'm not sure where that section that you were mentioning, Judge, matches up with the Wisconsin statute. I think that is Mr. Krause's point.
All right. 90404, character evidence not admissible to prove conduct, exceptions, other crimes. And subsection, you know what it is? They changed not only the first digit, but they also changed the A's and B's to 1s and 2s. So you're right. I was reading from from Judge Weinstein's commentary, but when you translate into Wisconsinese, it comes out as with numerals. But it's it's 90404 subsection 1 subsection B, and evidence of a pertinent trait of character of the victim of the crime offered by an accused and then under 90405 methods of proving character is subsection 2 is specific instances of conduct of the in this case the decedent.
I understand, Your Honor.
So that's the basis upon which this ruling was made, and it's not incomprehensible, and it's accordance with our law. And what is in the mind of the defendant is not governed by that rule. This is the character of the decedent.
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor. I want to briefly respond to that, if I may, and then I'd like to get back to this video. I think just generally, I have not watched Jeffrey Toobin or anyone else discussing this case on the media. It is of no concern to me, so I'm not in a position to respond to what any of those talking heads have said.
I don't expect you to. My point is that I want the case to be fairly tried, and I wanted people to understand that we want to go forward from this case, whatever the outcome is, and not have all kinds of people making inaccurate statements about what the law is.
I don't have any comments on the media's coverage, Your Honor, so I'll move on. This video contains statements from the videographer and other people at that scene. The confrontation clause issue, I don't believe is applicable.
Skip from confrontation to hearsay.
So let's go to hearsay. I am not introducing these statements for the truth of the matter asserted.
Then why are they relevant?
Because they go to the defendant's state of mind. They are present.
I'm going to invite you to respond.
Your Honor,
I'll hear you more, but I do want to hear his response.
Unless this unsubpoenaed individual can read minds, that is a ridiculous argument. This narrator is going to prove my client's state of mind? That's absurd. I don't know how to respond to that. And the general, and I don't even want to use this word, but panoply of what's going on here, if it's not the opinions of the narrator, that goes to what may or may not have been seen by my client. You know, somebody yelling, they're throwing things, or there's a laser. I'm not objecting to that, because that's part of what goes on and what went on that night. It was shown, even some at the gas station that Mr. Elijah was testifying to. What we're objecting to is the person who is running the feed and giving the editorial comments. That is hearsay.
Can I just ask, maybe we can short circuit this a little bit? What specifically is this person saying? Is it the word militia? That's I think, the triggering word here.
It seems to me you have the burden to tell me what that I should expect from this video that I never heard before, how I should be ready to pounce. Because you're offering a running commentary from a person who is not here under oath to give testimony, and you're expecting me to be ready at a moment's notice to figure out what's going to be the next word out of his mouth, and then try to put
my question was actually directed at the defense, Your Honor. I didn't mean to direct it to you.
All right.
So I think the difficulty practically, Your Honor, I understand the objection of the word militia, and I don't think it's hearsay. I think it falls within a number of exceptions. But nonetheless, if we're going to deal with that word, I guess there's a couple of options. One is I can try and go back, and I'm going to need some time to do this. I would need to go through this video and figure out every moment that word is used, and we will have to figure out a way to cover that up, stop the sound for that second that word is used. The other option is, and I think this is a perfectly reasonable one, is the judge, you can simply instruct the jury on this issue, that this is the narrator's statements. They are not to be, that the jury should give no weight to what the narrator is characterizing.
I've never done that before. In 50 years, in 38 years up here, I have never told a jury, I'm going to play this, and some of it might not be okay, but just don't pay any attention to that. Is that what you're telling me?
I respect the fact that you've never done it, Your Honor, but it has been done. It is a perfectly permissible procedure by the court. The jury is presumed to follow your instructions. We give them instructions on evidence all the time.
We're going to take a break right now. Would you ask the jurors to go upstairs and talk about the case, please? We're going to take a break. I think it would be prudent to do so at this point. All right.
Hello.
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Okay, what you asked me about, but will be there's be someone in to fill your role that day? That's right. For me? No. Be seated, by the way. About the room and it was because I'll finish later. I'm going to give you on bated breath. I am going to.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to continue showing a portion of what has previously been introduced as exhibit number 18. This is the Rundown Live video, and I'm going to play a portion of this beginning at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 30 seconds. And this can have audio, please.
Understand? Hey, your job isn't to be in the street. You got to stay on your property. That's why you got problems already with people. No one bothering your property. Don't look for trouble where there ain't none. A medic? I know you are, but like they got their own medics. You know, if somebody's close by, take care of them. I know you're just trying to make peace. I get that, but they don't look at it that way. They look at you guys as it's a different. It's as much as you guys were afraid of them before they marched down here. I know, but like what a conversation you're having.
All right, we're going to stop there, and now I'd like to play a portion of the video at 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 56 seconds.
Need water? Seriously. That's far right. You need water.
we'll give you a couple. We appreciate you guys, we really do.
Thank you. Detective Howard, that last portion of the video appears to show some what have previously been identified as MRAP or Bearcat vehicles. Are you familiar with those types of vehicles?
Yes.
And in that particular video, there's one that's close to the camera as on the screen that we're looking at right now. Do you know anything about that vehicle personally?
Not personally, no.
Do you know if the Kenosha Police Department has a vehicle like that?
No, at this time the Kenosha Police Department did not have a SWAT team.
Is it fair to say that on this particular night there were a number of other law enforcement agencies that were coming to Kenosha to assist?
Yes.
Do you have any idea which agency's Bearcat or armored vehicle that was?
I don't. I can tell it's from a sheriff's department because it says sheriff on the front right of the armored vehicle, but I don't know which sheriff's department it's from.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we could have exhibit number 1, which is a Drew Hernandez video 023, played, please. While we're waiting, Detective, the last video, the Rundown Live video, was that one of the videos that you found and acquired when you were doing your investigation?
Yes, that one I believe I located on YouTube and saved it from YouTube.
We're about to watch a video from an individual who online identifies himself as Drew Hernandez. Is that right?
Yes.
Was this also one of the videos that you found?
Yes, his videos I located on Twitter.
Okay. If we can play this, please.
That's anything! Cut it, bro.
I want to set the stage for this. Detective Howard, first of all, are you able to determine from the scene on the screen right now where this video is taken?
So the first thing I noticed is this appears to be a body cam from Drew Hernandez. So I did locate videos from Drew Hernandez from Twitter, but he also was in contact with Detective Antaramian for a bit. And we learned from Drew Hernandez that he actually wears a body camera while he goes out.
That's why his arm kind of appears in front of him.
So this has to be from his body cam footage given that visual.
And can you help the jury understand where this video is showing us, what part of Kenosha at this particular scene there?
I believe this is near the this car source again.
And am I correct in saying that the viewpoint in the video at this moment is looking southeast across the intersection of Sheridan Road there? Does that look correct to you?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay. Do you know if this is the intersection of 50... Sorry, I'm trying to...
This looks like 59th and Sheridan.
59th, okay, that was going to be my question. Thank you. Can we continue the video, please?
guys aren't there anyway. They just want to stop. These guys aren't our enemies. Come on. We're going to focus our attention somewhere else. I need you guys to leave. They're trying to use us.
Any of you start shooting at us.
Now can we play exhibit number 8, which is the Elijah riot interview? While we're waiting, Detective Howard, was this Elijah riot interview that's about to be played another one of the videos that you acquired?
Yes, I was able to acquire that from Twitter.
We're protecting from the citizens, and I just got pepper sprayed by a person in the crowd.
So you had non-lethal, but you didn't respond.
We don't have non-lethal.
So you guys are full on ready to defend the property.
Yes, we are. Now, if I can ask, can you guys step back? Medical, EMS right here. I'm an EMT.
Detective Howard, in that video we heard the defendant say that he does not have any non-lethal. Did you hear that?
Yes.
As a law enforcement officer, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
So as a police officer, there are various options that we could have as non-lethal force. Our presence is a non-lethal force. Our verbal commands are non-lethal. And there's also some physical things we can do as well. We can go hands-on. We can use different instruments like OC spray. It's pepper spray. And we also have a taser, and we have an aspeton. Police officers in the city of Kenosha carry all those things.
Thank you. Can you now please play exhibit number 16, which is the Richie McGinnis interview? It says Richie McGinnis Kyle interview. While we're waiting for that to load, are you familiar with Richie McGinnis?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you know about him as a person?
So on the night of August 25th, I was able to speak with him briefly at Frederick South KMH. Richie McGinnis, I spoke with him in the lobby of that hospital shortly after the shooting incident happened. And I was able to speak with him briefly, but when Detective Antaramian and I got assigned to be the head investigators for this incident, I had to delegate Detective Cyprus to obtain his statement so we could do...
Do you know what Richie McGinnis's profession is?
I believe he's a news reporter for the Daily Caller.
And he was in Kenosha on the night of August 25th as a member of the news media. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Can we please play exhibit number 16, please, here?
What are you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed, and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night, so what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit.
And what about these other folks? Obviously, there's some other people who are armed as well.
Their job is to protect me.
Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof?
Their job is to provide overwatch to protect me also.
Gotcha.
They're protecting everybody on the ground. We're protecting each other.
Understood. And
we're running medical, and we're going in and we're getting people.
And what about, are you from the area?
I am from the area.
What brought you out here tonight? You just wanted to provide medical attention?
Provide medical attention to the people that need it. If somebody's injured, like you get hurt, I'm grabbing you.
I'm getting hit with plenty of pepper balls, but as long as it's just bruises. Yeah, I got my mask. I'm good. And have you encountered any issues yet thus far with law enforcement or anything like that?
We had a group earlier try to come and set a fire at the church. So we went to the church and we de-escalated the situation, telling them they need to leave or they will be detained and then they were arrested.
This church right over here?
That church right there. And we stopped the fire out all the way down at the school.
Wow. And what do you think it would have been different if the police had to try to stop them from setting the fire?
I feel like there would be a lot more casualties and a lot more people injured. So I think the police are fine where they're at. medical because EMS is not coming in. This is considered a red zone to the EMS and fire. They are not coming in.
Yeah.
So us citizens, we need to help each other. Me and him are out here running and seeing if people need medical attention.
But speaking of which, we need to go check to see if somebody got hurt again.
All right.
Understood.
If you want to follow us, you're fine.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Good night, Amber. This might be one of theirs.
The video there, Detective Howard, shows the defendant along with another individual. That is Ryan Balch. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at this point, and we're going to continue with another video right after this, they're leaving the 59th Street car source and walking south on Sheridan on the east side of the road. Is that correct?
No, on the west side of Sheridan
West
Road.
side. Yes, west side. And do you know at this point in the evening where the police, the armored vehicles we saw earlier, where they are located?
Are those some ahead at 60th?
So as far as you can tell, they've established a line along 60th and Sheridan?
I think I can see some at 60th at this point in the video.
Okay. Can we continue now with exhibit number 17, which is the file is Richie McGinnis walking with Kyle.
I didn't get the number. I'm sorry.
It's 17.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anybody need medical? Yeah. I got
So you guys are kind of like medics who are packing.
Yeah,
right?
basically. Well, he's an EMT, and
Gotcha.
I'm just kind of protecting his ass.
Oh, so you're a certified EMT?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And do you work as an EMT normally?
I just got I'm a lifeguard normally. I got my ALS and I got my
Gotcha.
And I'm former Army infantry, and I got a whole bunch of trauma training.
Well, thank you for your service.
We got you if you get needed.
I appreciate the service.
Oh, shit. Dude.
Stay away from that vehicle. Get out of the roadway. Thank you. There's a guy with a rock. Be careful. Right behind that white fence. So be careful.
Hey, friendly, medic, coming through, medical. Medic coming through, medic coming through. Does anybody need medical? Anybody need medical? We're running through Rogers over here. Anybody need medical? Hey, guys. Medical?
The guys walking out the fire extinguishers are here to put out the fires. They know.
Okay, good.
They know.
He just got shot up.
You good?
Yeah. It's all right.
Where you shot?
I'm not shot. I'm just.
You just said you got shot.
No, I didn't.
I thought you got rubber bullet.
Oh no, I just got rubber bullet. Yeah. No, it didn't even leave a welt. It just stung. It just fucking stung. I'm fine.
Little pepper boy never hurt nobody.
It was literally just like,
It's a little spicy, that's all.
It was like, oh shit, that was really annoying.
Yeah, a little salsa.
Like, I could shoot my friend. Could you please not? It was just really like, oh, I got a fire extinguisher.
Does anybody need medical? Does anybody need medical?
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Does anybody need medical? Medical! Does anybody need medical?
You were just the one to get off the car, trying to help you off the car. Now you trying to do medical? I remember you. You said, get off the car. Fuck you talking about medical? Yeah. Your ass a
Does anybody need medical?
You trying to tell motherfuckers this guy thought it was sweet.
Medical!
What, yesterday or today?
Today, dude, he just had up the gun talking about get off your car. Now he talking about medical.
What car over in the dealership?
Car
Sorry,
down
I don't feel. Hey, if you wanna, no, I'm not gonna do what I
Now, if we could please play, and just to be clear, Detective Howard, the videos we just watched from Richie McGinnis were videos that you obtained from him, is that correct?
Those were obtained from his phone. Detective Cypress obtained those.
Okay. Now, if we could play exhibit number 14, that is the Reg Incognito live stream. And we're going to start at the 3 hour and 58 minute mark.
Hey, you guys, you can only watch it from over here, man. You can't really be that close up. So between a certain part of a certain section of Black Lives Matter and maybe, I'm saying at least about 20 white dudes from Antifa, you can't get up close on the up on them, man. They just made an example out of that guy, and I'm trying to help him out. So the white dude I was just talking to, or whatever he is right here, he just got his phone slapped. He got his phone slapped at him and socked at the same time. This dude right here, walking away. This dude right here got his phone slapped and blindsided. So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, them is white boys. Yeah, that's Antifa, man. Oh, we got a gun, baby. Ooh, they shooting. Ooh, he shot him.
I'm going to pause for a second. Can we rewind about 20 seconds there, please? Okay, let's continue there, please.
So the orders you.
Back up just a couple seconds, please. It's better. Yeah, just go 10 seconds.
Sorry.
For the jury's benefit, I'm going to point out there's an individual here who is running. He is wearing what appears to be all black with some white.
Counsel, I can't. Can you do it on that one so we can see it?
Absolutely. Sorry. How do I get there? Excuse me. This individual, this is the right one?
Keep your receipt.
Yep. Okay, I just want to make sure. This individual here, who, when we play it back, you will see him kind of running across here. That is Richie McGinnis. So we'll rewind it so you can follow that. But that individual is Richie McGinnis, and there's no dispute about that from the defense. So I just want to set the scene for the jurors. Can we rewind a little bit, and I'm going to show them that portion again.
Slapped and blindsided. So the order.
I want to just. I'm just going to kind of point out the area to watch. Okay, we can't really see figures very well, but for the jury's benefit, we just saw Richie McGinnis running. He's off screen now, but he's kind of over in this area. Around this section of the right hand of the screen, right hand side of the screen, there are some parked cars. That is the area where I will represent, there's no dispute about this, where the chase between Mr. Rosenbaum and the defendant begins. So that's where you'll want to be paying attention to. So Can we rewind that about 10 seconds and we'll start it over so now everybody knows where to look?
Blindsided. So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, them is white boys. Yeah, that's Antifa.
I will make it clear to everyone that the individual who is I'm pointing to right now who is running is the defendant Kyle Rittenhouse, and this individual here is Joseph Rosenbaum. And that again is not in dispute. Please go ahead.
Man. Oh, we got a gun, baby. Ooh, they shooting. Ooh, he shot him.
Get back.
Shot him, man. He shot him. He shot him, man. He laid him out. He laid him out, you guys. He laid him out.
For the benefit of the jury, I want to make it clear, I think everybody knows this, but just make clear, this individual who has just removed his shirt is Richie McGinnis, and that is the defendant. These legs here are the legs of Joseph Rosenbaum, where he fell after he was shot. Go ahead. Thank you.
You gotta get down. Hey, there's a paramedics. Can you call for the paramedics?
We've already called.
Hey, I'm gonna refresh my shit. He's calling! He's calling! He's calling! He's calling! He's calling! He's calling the paramedics. He's behind the car. He's calling.
Julie!
Man, he's hitting his chest. He's hitting his chest. Shot him.
Get back, get back. Get back, get back. Oh my God.
Yeah, that shit went
Get away, let him get in.
And more than Trump donated $3. He found out.
Give the patient privacy.
Yeah.
McGraw donated $5. TFW WHN Whiny Sheridan.
We're going to continue with that exhibit number 14 and go to the 4 hour and 6 minute mark.
show you where he got laid out. Look at the blood.
I just want to make it clear for the jurors that the portion that I played just a bit ago that showed the Rosenbaum shooting was from 3 hours and 58 minutes to 4 hours and 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That was where it ended with the vehicle driving away. This is now beginning 3 minutes and 30 seconds later at the 4 hour and 6 minute mark. I just wanted you to know the gap in time between these two videos. Please continue.
Junior donated $3. Time to clear the... Mr. Roman donated $3. This is what democracy looks, LOL. Ira Gershwin donated $3. The social workers are shooting each other, Reggie.
So fucked up. Someone else?
Get the fuck out of here. Let's go. You set that fire.
Duke Beats donated $3. Blast archers of loaf instead of blasting caps.
Stop that man in his head. Let's go.
I just want to make it clear for the jury, in this video we see this is Ryan Walsh and this is Jason Lukowski. Now, can we please play exhibit number 19? This is entitled Drew Hernandez Shooting Video. And again, these are videos, Detective Howard, that you obtained during your investigation?
Yes, this one was obtained on Twitter.
You can play this all with sound. Detective Howard, are you able to tell from this video what we're looking at in terms of where we are in Kenosha?
Yes, he's in Sheridan Road with the video. Let's see. All right, car source is right here on the west side of Sheridan Road, and then across the street is KMH. So his camera is pointing south. So on the left side of the screen, you're seeing the KMH parking lot right here. And up ahead and to the right in the screen is going to be the car source. At this point in time, it looks like he's right about the intersection of Sheridan Road and 62nd Street.
And I want to point out there's no dispute that we just saw an individual here on the right-hand side wearing all black with white writing on the back of his shirt. That is Richie McGinnis. more seconds, please. Back up just a little bit further, please.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to point out the units. I want to point out for the jury, just so we can follow the action here, we have this individual is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. This individual is Joseph Rosenbaum. And the individual in black with the white lettering on the back of his shirt is Richie McGinnis. Go ahead. Detective Howard, I'm going to pause at this moment. I don't think there's any dispute that we've heard a total of 8 shots in a row there.
I agree.
And I'm just going to explain that. So, Detective Howard, you've watched numerous videos of this incident, correct?
Yes, this part was one of the focuses.
And there were 8 shots that we just heard. The first one was Joshua Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury what he does with regard to that shot?
So Joshua Zeminski is, at this time, you could see it on the Reg Incognito video. At this time, he's walking slowly southbound on the West Sheridan Road sidewalk in front of CarSource. So Joshua's walking right at about this spot right here while the chase is going on in a southwest direction through the CarSource parking lot. At that time, Joshua Zeminski has a handgun in his right hand, and he raises his hand up in the air and fires 1 shot. At that time, Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum are running through the CarSource parking lot, so Mr. Zeminski's gunshot happens behind them.
Shortly thereafter, the defendant fires 4 shots from his AR-15, striking Mr. Rosenbaum all 4 times. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as part of your work in this investigation, have you viewed this incident in numerous videos?
Yes.
Have you timed, using those videos, the gap in time between Mr. Zeminski's initial shot and the first of the defendant's 4 shots at Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes, using a stopwatch, I estimated that time to be approximately 2.5 seconds.
Immediately after, and I use the word immediately, but in sequence after the 4 shots from the defendant that are shot at Mr. Rosenbaum, there is a sequence of 3 shots after that. Is that right?
Correct.
Those are not fired by the defendant.
Correct.
As best as you can tell in your investigation, where are those shots from, if you know?
I believe it to be coming from the area of 63rd Street, but it is hard to confirm that because we do not have good video available of that source of gunfire.
Can you just use your pointer to show approximately on 63rd Street on that map where you're talking about?
I would estimate that those 3 are coming from this area.
I don't know if all the jurors can see that or not, but you're pointing to an area that is on the south end of the CarSource lot along the north side of 63rd Street. And is it fair to say that you're indicating a space that is about halfway between Sheridan and the west edge of the CarSource lot?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let's hold that up a little higher, please. Thank you. And that's, again, the pointer that you're using right now is showing us where you believe those 3 shots likely came from.
Yes.
No one has ever been identified with regard to those shots?
Correct.
Was any evidence recovered, shell casings, anything like that would indicate anything about those shots?
Yes, there are some shell casings recovered.
From the street in that area?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any indication that those shots have any relation to the incident between Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum?
No, those do not appear to be fired by Mr. Rosenbaum or Mr. Rittenhouse.
Thank you. Can we continue the video, please? Thanks.
Where's the hole?
Wait, where are you? He's right here in his head, Come on! Put pressure, put pressure, put pressure. Hey, keep your eyes open, keep your eyes open. You shot him.
I didn't touch him.
Hey, you're okay, you're okay. You're okay.
Dude, that's not gonna help shift the pressure on this shit.
Yeah, but you gotta keep him alive. Hey, bro, just talk to me, bro. What's up?
Can we now please play exhibit number 15? That is a file entitled Richie McGinnis at Rosenbaum's Body.
You okay? Just don't move, man. Don't move. All right, can I flip you over real quick? I'm gonna flip you over real quick, bro. Here, can flip over real quick. Just gotta get pressure on this, dude. Where's it at?
Turn around.
Where's it at, dude? Get a light on it. Get a light. Give me a fucking light.
Put pressure on it. Put fucking
Where?
pressure on it.
Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole?
Wait, where you at?
Get the
He's
fucking
right
mask
here
up.
in his head. Come on. Put pressure, put pressure, put pressure. Put pressure. Hey, keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open. You shot him.
I didn't. I don't know.
Hey, you're okay. You're okay.
Shift the pressure on this shit.
Hey, we gotta keep him alive.
Hey, bro, just talk to me, bro. What's your name, bro?
Stay with me.
Hey, what's your name, bro? What's your name, bro?
Is y'all thinking the hospital right here? Yeah, get him up.
We got a car. We got a car. Yo, keep pressure on it.
I got him. Get him. I got him.
Keep pressure on that.
I got him. Get his arms. Put that down.
I got you, dude. I got you.
I will carry
Please, guys, make sure he has a roll.
Hey, keep his head.
Keep pressure, people. Hold on. We gotta get more people.
Now, can we please play exhibit number 12? This is the Kyle Cook video. Detective Howard, can you help us, or help the jury rather, where is this video physically at in Kenosha as we're watching it right now?
So at this point in time, Kyle Cook is the videographer, and he's a little bit north of the car source. I'd estimate he's about here.
You're pointing on the west side of Sheridan Road between the 61st Street and 62nd Street?
Yes.
Okay, and he's heading south?
Yes, his camera right now is pointing southbound.
Okay, thank you.
So there was just like 6 shots. It just went off.
What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Hey, no, why are you shooting him? Oh, the guy. Why are you shooting him? Hey, he said, why are you shooting him? Hey, stop.
I will represent to the jury, and there's no dispute about this. What we're seeing in this video in the middle of the street is the defendant, and on his left is Gage Grosskreutz. We can continue.
Stop him! Stop him! Stop him! Stop him! He shot him! Stop him! Who shot him?
Shit's about to turn up here. Damn, dude, we got people shot everywhere, bro. We got somebody down right fucking here.
Detective Howard, at the moment that this video is paused, there appear to be some figures huddled around a dark spot on the ground on the east side of Sheridan Road. Do you know what that is?
I believe that's Mr. Huber.
That is where he fell after being shot by the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next exhibit, which is going to be exhibit number 6. This is the CJTV running video. And just so we can make it clear for the jury, Detective Howard, the video we just saw is after the defendant has shot Mr. Rosenbaum at 63rd.
Correct.
And he is traveling north on Sheridan Road from that car source at 63rd. Is that fair to say? Okay, thank you.
Oh shit, he shot that guy in the stomach.
I paused it there. Detective Howard, there is an individual wearing shorts that appears to be holding his arm running off to the left of this video. That is Gage Grosskreutz?
Correct.
And this is immediately after he's been shot in the right arm by the defendant?
Correct.
Please continue.
Oh, shit. Shit. People are getting shot all around us. People are just getting shot everywhere, guys.
Fucking medic! I need a fucking medic! Ah, fuck!
Move. Take this. Take this.
I need a
Take
fucking
this.
medic!
I got it. Oh, fuck me.
I need a fucking medic! I'm returning.
Can we please now play exhibit number 5? This is the BG on the scene video. Go back to the beginning of that video. I want to highlight some things for the jury, if we could, please. Yes, please. There's no dispute about the identity of an individual here. Could you back it up, and I'm going to have you stop when we see him a little bit better. Go ahead. That's fine. You can play. Running in from the right hand of the screen here, he's right. I'm pointing to him right now. He's kind of obscured. But there's an individual here running with a skateboard that is Anthony Huber. There's no dispute about that. Go ahead. This is a difficult to see pause point in the video, but I'll represent there's no dispute. This is the defendant, Mr. Rittenhouse. This is Anthony Huber. His skateboard has wound up over here, and he is picking it up, and then he's going to continue after the defendant. Oh, and one more thing I want to point out. This individual here is an individual who in a few seconds will come in towards Mr. Rittenhouse, attempting to kick him. Go ahead. little bit, please? Like 20 seconds? Okay, continue there, please. There is a moment here in which the defendant is on the ground and he's got his gun pointed towards this individual approaching him. Detective Howard, in the entire sequence of these events, how many times did the defendant fire his gun?
8 times.
I believe the testimony thus far is that 4 of those rounds were discharged and struck Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Correct.
The 5th and 6th times that he shot were at this individual with the white pants. Is that correct?
Correct.
The 7th shot is fired at Anthony Huber.
Yes.
And the 8th round is at Mr. Grosskreuz's right arm.
Correct.
Okay. Please continue. Pause. The defendant has just discharged 1 round into the chest of Anthony Huber. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Please continue. Pause. You have just testified, Detective, that the defendant discharged a total of 8 rounds.
Yes.
We are hearing other rounds in this video after the shootings of Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz, correct?
Correct.
None of those shots are being fired by the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Please continue. Detective Howard, I'm pointing to an individual here who is walking towards the scene. Do you know who that is?
I was hard to see.
Can we continue, please?
Time to move.
Okay, pause. Do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Ryan Balch.
Thank you. At the end of this video, the defendant approaches a Kenosha, correct?
Yes, a Kenosha Police Squad car, yes.
Yes, Kenosha Police Squad car. Do you know the names of the officers who were inside that squad car?
Yes.
And who are they?
Officer Moretti and Officer Krieger.
And that's Pep Moretti?
Correct.
And James Krieger? James?
Jason,
Krieger.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. May we now please play exhibit number 4, a file entitled Ziminski After Rosenbaum Shooting.
He shot him? He fucking shot him! Hey. Get him there! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him!
Do you know whose voice we're hearing?
Yes, that is Kelly Zeminski's voice.
In the video here, we're seeing a figure walking away from the camera in a dark top, looks like maybe camouflage pants, pointing. Do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that is Joshua Zeminski.
And he is the one who fired the first shot about 2.5 seconds before Mr. Rittenhouse shot Joseph Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
He shot. He's fucking shot. Behind the goddamn car, he's shot. show you with the rifle. Talk about unfriendly and shooting. No, he got shot with a real fucking gun, girl. Were you able to get him in over there? Yeah, they brought him in. Fuck you!
I'll get the motherfucker that shot him!
Yep.
I'll get the motherfucker that shot him! He's running around with a big ass fucking gun! But you ain't doing shit! Go get the motherfucker that shot him!
This is not okay. No shit.
You shot four fuckers?
Huh?
This is why this shit happening. You motherfuckers ain't doing shit.
They're too busy protecting their government fucking buildings, bro. They don't give a fuck about nobody out here. They don't give a fuck about nobody out here. Hey.
Who got shot?
Detective Howard, that video ended at the location where Mr. Rosenbaum's body fell after being shot and killed by the defendant, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that location in this video and in numerous other videos, is that fair to say?
Yes.
At any point in any of those videos, is there any indication that Mr. Rosenbaum had any weapon of any kind?
No.
No gun?
I can only see a plastic bag that he's carrying.
So no gun?
No.
No knife?
No.
No bat?
No.
No club?
No.
Can we now please play exhibit number 13, the Lakota Lichtwald live stream?
Does anybody need a break right now? We'll be taking one shortly, but right now? Okay, go ahead.
Let's begin at the 9-minute mark, Brian. 9-minute mark.
Lichtwald is. She's got the exhibit list
Appreciate that. The people joining my live stream from CJTV, I do appreciate it. Guys, if I drop out again, make sure that you're jumping across to Corey Elijah, also another local here who's been documenting things in our hometown. Otherwise, make sure you're jumping on CJTV and Mercado Media. It does sound like we've got some stuff going on over here. I don't know if that's fireworks or what we have going on. We're going to go try and check it out.
Locations for the jury. Detective Howard, we have seen this video begin at a location, and it appears that the person taking the video is now moving. Can you, if you're able to, can you tell us where this person was at the beginning of the video?
So at the beginning of the video, it appeared that Mr. Lichtwald was on the southwest corner of Sheridan Road and 60th Street. The armored vehicles that you saw in the beginning of the video were at 60th Street. Now, it appears he turned the camera around, and now he's facing south.
And as we watch this video, is he going to be heading south along Sheridan Road?
Yes.
Okay. Please continue. Can we rewind 10 seconds, please? I want to call the jury's attention to the center of Sheridan Road there. It's kind of in the center of the screen right now. There will be some figures coming towards the camera. I just want to focus the jury's attention on that as we start the playing again, please, from there. Pause like one more frame. There, okay.
No dispute on Mr. Britten's.
There's no dispute on this. I just want to make it clear for the jury. This individual who is running past the videographer, this individual here is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. He is headed back north up Sheridan Road while this videographer passes him going south. Go ahead.
Those are gunshots, people. Those are gunshots. All right, guys.
Get on the back. Turn again. Where? In your bag? In your bag? In your bag? Help!
We've already seen this from a little bit of a different angle, but I'll represent to the jury, and there's no dispute about this. The individual who's crying out for a medic is Gage Grosskreutz. He's just been shot in the right arm by the defendant. This individual who's just arrived, who's got the kind of greenish pants on, that is Jason Lakowski.
Give me the tourniquet now. No. Tourniquet, take it. Claude. Please tell me you know how to use this. Where you shot? We got it. It's not how you use it! Fuck. Help me, somebody help me, please. Right here, I got you.
Can you call him?
Let's use it. Tight. Make it tight. Make it tight. Keep it elevated above the heart.
You want to go to the hospital, man?
Get tight.
You want to go to the hospital?
Move.
Come on.
Twist.
Come this way. Come on.
It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt.
Because what? They got that shit.
What's your name, brother? Let's go.
Guys,
Get back. Everybody get back.
Detective Howard, we have had that image enlarged and enhanced as best we can to focus in on that plastic bag. So in a second, there'll be an image that I'm going to show on the screen of that. For the record, I believe this is exhibit number 24.
I apologize. We need to do a little something technical. Do you think it'd be a good time to break?
Let's take a break, folks. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. cut, maybe. Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Court TV asked if we could move the TV a little bit because it was blocking their view of Detective Howard. Is that still in a position where everybody's able to see it on both ends? Okay? Okay. Detective Howard, before we took a break, I was showing you a still from exhibit number 2, which is the Drew Hernandez video number 029, which was focused on Mr. Rosenbaum. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm now going to show on the screen exhibit number 24, which is a sort of a blown up and enhanced photo of that scene of Mr. Rosenbaum. And again, Detective Howard, does that show the plastic bag that Mr. Rosenbaum was carrying around on the evening of August 25th, 2020?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
All right. Now I would like to show exhibit number 9, which is the aerial surveillance video from the FBI. We can pause that, please. Can you now please play exhibit number 26? And now if we can please play exhibit number 25. Brian, can we go back to the beginning of that and then pause, please? I'm going to replay it. Yes, of that same video. Detective Howard, the video that we just watched here at the beginning of the video, let's keep it paused there for a second. There are two individuals identified. One has a circle around them with the label person of interest 1. The second has a square around them with a label of person of interest 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, your review of all of the other videos, who are those two individuals?
Person of interest 1 is Joseph Rosenbaum, and person of interest 2 is Kyle Rittenhouse.
Now, can you please play the video again, Brian? Thank you. Your Honor, I have a number of exhibits that I've just used. I believe they are exhibits 1, the Drew Hernandez video 023, exhibit number 2, the Drew Hernandez video 029, exhibit number 4, the Zeminski after Rosenbaum shooting video, exhibit number 5, the BG on the scene video, exhibit number 6, the CJTV running video, exhibit number 8, the Elijah riot video. Exhibit number 9 was just played. It has already been admitted into evidence. That is the FBI video. Exhibit number 12, which is the Kyle Cook video. Exhibit number 13, which is the Lakota Lichtwalt live stream. Exhibit number 14, which is the Reg Incognito live stream. Exhibit 15, Richie McGinnis at Rosenbaum's body. Exhibit 16, Richie McGinnis Kyle interview. Number 17, Richie McGinnis walking with Kyle. Number 18, Rundown live video. And number 19, the Drew Hernandez shooting video. I would move, and also there is Exhibit 24, which is a photo of Joseph Rosenbaum in the plastic bag. Exhibit 25, an FBI video with markings annotated at normal speed. And then exhibit number 26, which is a second FBI video with markings, which shows the, it's a 5-second clip from second 23 to second 28. I would move all of those exhibits into evidence.
Bill, there isn't, Your Honor.
Received.
The testimony that you've provided today, Detective Howard, and the videos that we've seen of all of these events that you identified as occurring in the area of Sheridan Road between approximately 59th Street and 63rd Street, did everything that we've heard about and seen in this case occur here in the city and county of Kenosha and the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
We have also heard testimony regarding a person who we've identified as the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. Do you see him here in court?
Yes.
Can you point him out for us, please?
He's the gentleman sitting at the corner of that table between Mr. Sharafsky and Ms. Wisco.
I have nothing further.
I will eventually, thank you. With the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
You work for the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been a detective?
Almost 3 years.
And before that, you're a patrol officer?
Yes.
You don't work for the district attorney's office, correct?
Correct.
Your job is to gather facts so that, in some cases, they can be presented to citizens of Kenosha to make a determination on the guilt or innocence of criminal defendants, correct?
Yes.
And that is supposed to be done without prejudice or fear or favor, correct?
Yes.
And it's, as Joe Friday used to say in the old days, just the facts, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this case, you are one of the lead detectives.
Yes.
And you put innumerable amounts of time into this case, correct?
Yeah, months.
Months. And before August 23rd, there were 3 car sources in Kenosha, Wisconsin, correct?
Yes.
The first one was burnt to the ground on the night of the 24th, correct?
Yes.
the second car source where Kyle Rittenhouse and other individuals were protecting and there was video shown, that was an ongoing business back on the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And it wasn't boarded up like it's shown in the videos, correct?
Correct.
That was boarded up because of the civil unrest that was occurring in Kenosha.
Correct.
And going on to car source 3, where the first shooting happened, that was an ongoing business, not boarded up, not damaged, correct?
Correct.
Now, in gathering evidence in cases like this, routinely you go out and you freeze a crime scene and you get as much evidence, you take time, you photograph things, and you get it all so that it's all preserved is the right word, correct?
Correct.
In this case, because of the chaos on the night of the 25th into the morning of the 26th, that wasn't able to be done. Fair statement?
Not to the degree that we typically do. Correct.
And I'm not trying to put blame but I want this jury to be able to understand the situation that was going on in Kenosha at that time. Is it routine for a small contained homicide scene to not be able to find shell casings and have to go back 3 days later when they're pointed out by citizens?
That's not routine. It was 4 days later.
Oh, I apologize. So even longer.
Yeah.
And a citizen said, hey, there's shell casings under this car. You guys should come out and get them.
Yes.
Okay? So it wasn't the standard thorough investigation where you guys put the cones down, you photograph everything, and then you could bring all that forward, correct?
Evidence techs gathered what they were able to observe that night. The evidence technicians were gathering what they were able to observe that night.
Okay. And what I'm getting at is there was nothing hiding those shell casings if they had done a thorough inspection, looked under the cars and things like that, correct?
Correct.
It is a car lot.
Correct.
Now, you went and got a bunch of information in this case through documents. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You did multiple search warrants.
Yes.
You did multiple subpoenas for records, correct?
Correct.
And a lot of those search warrants were directed at my client's social media, correct?
Correct.
His telephone.
Correct.
I'm sure I'm going to miss some, but Instagram, TikTok, all of those.
Yes.
Multiple email addresses.
Yes, Google.
And Facebook.
Yes.
And that's so you can get as much background on the individual who is the suspect, correct?
Correct.
That's all done after that night.
Correct.
And that's not something you really have to worry about in the short term going away. You get the subpoenas to these computer companies, it's there, they provide it to you, you get it, correct?
Yeah, the first thing we'll typically do is send a preservation letter to preserve the records, and then a search warrant and subpoena. Those can come a little bit further down the road.
And you get all that information so that you're able to provide the jury a full and complete picture of a suspect or a defendant.
Yes, the best that we can.
And you've looked through all those documents?
Yes.
Now, in this case, there's a lot of, how should I say it, interest in subjects' cell phones, correct?
Yes.
And cell phones are, for lack of a better word, mini computers that have videos, personal thoughts, just about anything that a person did. Fair statement?
Yes.
And in this case, you got numerous individuals' cell phones, either through consent, where the person said, I have nothing to hide, here, have my cell phone.
Yes.
And there were some times where you talked to people and you said, look, if you don't let us have consent, we're going to have to get a search warrant, but you're not leaving here with your phone unless we've downloaded it, correct?
Something to that degree, yes.
Yeah, and I'm not faulting you, I don't care, okay? But it's an investigatory technique that law enforcement uses, correct?
Correct.
Consent, search warrant, one or the other.
Yes.
And you hold the phone so that if they don't consent, nothing can be destroyed, deleted.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If they consent, you have somebody in your department who's main duty is downloading cell phones.
Yes.
There are some cell phones that are not, if I use the wrong word, crackable.
Correct.
Okay, and that means that unless you have the exact finger code or a fingerprint or something, it can't be opened, correct?
Yes, Mr. Rittenhouse's phone was on the latest iOS, and there was not software available at that time.
Okay, iOS stands for?
It's an Apple update.
Okay,
for an
but
iPhone.
it's an operating system. It's a type.
Yes.
Okay, and back in 2020, when you seized Mr. Rittenhouse's phone, you wanted to get in the phone. You immediately sent it to the FBI so that it could be opened or cracked, and they told you they couldn't do that, correct?
Correct.
And myself and Mr. Rittenhouse found out about that, correct?
Correct.
And we said, you want to get in his phone? We'll give you the code as long as we get a copy of whatever you take, correct?
Correct.
And those arrangements were made, and his phone was downloaded.
Correct.
So there's nothing hidden.
Correct.
Now, in this case, you got a search warrant on September 24th. I apologize. In this case, on September 23rd of 2020, you got a signed search warrant from Judge Wagner for Gage Grosswitz's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that was in preparation for a meeting that was going to occur on September 24th between yourself, Gage Grosswitz, his lawyer, and members from the district attorney's office, correct?
I believe that to be correct, but I was not able to attend that meeting.
Okay, who attended it?
Detective Antaramian, and I'm not sure who else.
Okay.
But
the meeting was in person?
yes.
Okay, so search warrant in one hand, correct?
Yes.
Telephone of Mr. Grosswitz, presumably in Mr. Grosswitz's hand.
Yes.
And for some reason, that search warrant was never served on Mr. Grosswitz and his phone taken, correct?
Correct.
So you have a video from Mr. Grosswitz's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have the download of his telephone, correct?
No.
And you wanted the download of his phone, correct?
Yes.
You wanted the information that was in that phone.
Yes.
You had a search warrant to get all the information in that phone.
Yes.
And yet you didn't execute it.
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know why it wasn't executed?
Concerns with Marcy's Law?
Who had the concerns with Marcy's Law?
Several of us did. I did. Attorneys did.
When you say attorneys, you're talking about Attorney Binger, correct?
Correct.
Marcy's Law is the Victim Rights Amendment, correct?
Correct.
And have you ever not executed a search warrant because of Marcy's Law?
No.
Okay. This is the first time ever.
Yes.
Is it the last time ever?
I can't foresee the future.
Since that date, September 24th of 2020 to today, have you ever not executed a signed search warrant by a judicial officer of Kenosha County because of some concern of Marcy's Law?
No.
Yeah. And there was also objections from his attorney who didn't want to give it over to you, correct?
Correct.
When you interviewed Dominic Black, you're shaking your head no?
No, Detective Antaramian interviewed Dominic Black. I interviewed Wendy Faith and Mackenzie Rittenhouse at that time.
You interviewed Dominic Black on, I believe it was November 6th?
Well, the follow-up interview, yes.
Okay, that was when he was under arrest, correct?
Yes.
And that interview was taped, correct?
Yes.
The interview with Breton, and I'm going to butcher his name, the individual who's responsible for BG on the scene.
That's Brendan Gutenschwager.
Okay, you said it, thank you.
Yeah.
When you interviewed him, that was taped.
I believe so.
The interview, and I'm not saying you interviewed him, but the interview of Richie McGinnis in the Kenosha Police Department, that was taped.
I believe so.
When the interview was performed with Mr. Grosswitz and his attorney, Ms. Motley, that interview wasn't taped.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Can you think of any other witnesses in this case, complaining witnesses, whose interviews and information was not taped?
Other complaining witnesses?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And just so the record's clear, no one has ever interviewed Jump Kick Man, correct?
Correct.
No one's ever been able to identify him.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
He's never come forward and complained to law enforcement that he felt as though he was somehow the victim of a crime on August 25th.
Correct, he has not come forward.
And he never came. You tried to identify him.
We tried.
You tried showing his picture around, asking numerous people.
Yes.
Now, you testified about Mr. Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
Now, after getting a bunch of the videos, which you did get, you review those and you realize, correct me if I'm wrong, that Kyle Rittenhouse did not fire the first shot.
Correct.
And through some Facebook sleuthing, it's brought out that an individual by the name of Alec Blaine was the individual who, in fact, had done or fired the first shot on the 25th.
Yeah, I believe it was Alex Blaine was going around social media and different outlets, but yeah, I saw that name on the internet.
Okay, and through getting his picture off Facebook, that picture was circulated around your department.
Yes.
And he was a known individual, and somebody says, that's not Alec Blaine, that's Joshua Zeminski.
Correct.
And do you know who that was?
Information was forwarded to our gang crimes unit at the time, and I believe they had a resource in Milwaukee that they helped coordinate identification with, and through that coordinated effort, we were able to get that identification.
And now we all agree that it was Mr. Blake who fired one shot.
You said Mr. Blake.
I apologize. Mr. Zeminski, the real name, who fired a shot shortly before Mr. Rosenbaum was shot by Kyle.
Yes.
Now, on direct examination, you were asked a question about the timing from Zeminski's shot to Kyle's shot, correct?
Correct.
You did that with a stopwatch?
Yes.
So it's a human act.
Yes.
Okay. And the Wisconsin State Crime Lab has numerous individuals who can break down video, correct?
Yes.
You can do a frame-by-frame analysis of the video, and that can tell you frames per second, and you can come within hundredths of a second of what happened, correct?
Correct.
And whether Mr. Zeminski was on the sidewalk or Mr. Zeminski was on the beginning of the parking lot, where you see the flash on the video is behind Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
At that time, yes.
Okay, and the shot goes off, and it's in close proximity, 30 feet?
Yes.
Okay, and from behind him.
Yes.
And you were asked questions by Mr. Binger about Mr. Rosenbaum and your information regarding him. And he named a series of weapons, gun, knife, I think there was even a bat or something like that. In your extensive review of the videos, there were numerous times where Mr. Rosenbaum was armed, correct?
I can recall him carrying a chain at one point.
And to the best of your ability and investigation, that chain came from a trailer in that church?
From the St. James campus area.
And the St. James, we're talking about the rubble and things like that?
Yes.
And that was an area where there's numerous videos of people going and arming themselves with projectiles, rocks, or busted up cement.
Yes.
And that was where Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Zeminski got the trailer to bring down Sheridan Road to start the fire, correct?
Correct.
And that's where Mr. Zeminski and Mr. Rosenbaum are bent over, starting the clump of debris and things like that in the road on fire with the trailer up on its side.
Yes.
And that's where Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing a blue mask, correct?
Correct.
And that's what would commonly be referred to as a baklava or a shield that goes from his neck to down to his shoulder area, correct?
Correct.
Not the maroon shirt that he was wearing on his head as a mask when he was shot by my client.
Correct.
Now, as you said, you've been a detective for 3 years. It's against the law to use physical force against a citizen of Kenosha to try and steal their property from them, correct?
Correct.
That would be what's called strong arm robbery.
Correct.
It's a more serious crime if you attempt to do that while you are masked. That's what's called a criminal enhancer, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to back up a little bit to your direct examination. You talked, in response to Mr. Binger's questions, about the pumps being turned off at gas stations, correct?
Correct.
Now, that isn't something that was publicized or everybody knew, correct?
Correct.
So the crowd and people who were protecting the ultimate gas station didn't necessarily know that the pumps were off.
They may not have. Yeah.
You didn't broadcast it.
Correct.
And you testified about going out in an unmarked squad car on patrol.
Yes, and various things.
For various things. There was not a patrol police presence in the downtown area on the 25th, really, was it?
There was some patrol.
Were anybody walking the beat?
Not walking.
Okay. And they were in unmarked squad cars.
We had unmarked and marked squad cars.
In the videos during the evening from, say, 9 o'clock until midnight when this happens, you don't see any police cars on the street, correct?
Well, we tried to surveil from a distance away.
Okay.
To gather as much information without
making yourself public or known.
Yes.
And the night before, on the 24th, there was limited or no response by emergency personnel. That's why Car Source 1 burnt to the ground, correct?
We had to prioritize to go to certain calls.
I understand, sir. I'm not trying to second guess anybody. I'm trying to set the scene that evening and the night before. Nobody went to Car Source, what I refer to as 1, the lot that was wiped out, with fire trucks to put it out, correct?
Correct. We were not responding to just property damage at that time.
Now, you interviewed BG on the scene, Breton Gradschweiger, and he was interviewed at the Kenosha Police Department.
Correct.
And in your interview of him, immediately you read him his Miranda rights, correct?
Correct.
And that was because when he was arrested, there was talk of 1, a curfew ticket, correct?
Correct.
And 2, he was found with marijuana.
I actually do not recall the marijuana aspect of that.
You're not disputing that, are you?
I'm not going to dispute it.
Okay. And he gives a statement. There was discussion in that one about downloading his phones and camera.
Correct.
And that was done.
I believe for that, he was able to airdrop his video to my work cell phone.
Okay, so he provided you with everything you wanted from his phone,
yes,
and you did not have to get a search warrant, correct?
Correct.
And you leave the interview, and you said on the tape, you call somebody, and you tell Mr. Guttenschweiger when you come back in that you don't have to cite him or arrest him for the marijuana because you spoke to somebody at the DA's office and he can go home that night. Do you remember that?
Not verbatim. No.
Do you remember telling him he got to go home and he wasn't going to be held overnight arrested?
Yes.
Okay. You don't arrest somebody for a curfew violation. You give them a ticket, correct?
Correct. That's a forfeiture.
Right. So there had to be some criminal activity, or when he was done being interviewed, he could have just went home. You can't threaten somebody with arrest when you're interviewing.
He was located past curfew, taken into custody, and brought into the police department. And that's what started my interview with him.
And when he was arrested, he had marijuana in his person, correct?
Correct.
You have no ability to to make promises or give consideration for cooperation, correct?
We wanted the video more than to cite him for curfew or marijuana.
Okay. Who did you get permission from to not charge him with the marijuana?
I don't recall getting permission. That may have been a decision that Detective Answering and I made.
Okay.
I don't recall getting permission for that. That may have been a decision that Detective Answering and I made.
And you, that evening, are made lead detective along with Detective Antarani on this case.
Yes.
And you receive information that your person who has not been identified yet has turned himself into the Antioch Police Department.
Correct.
And you and Detective Antarani, go down to Antioch, Illinois.
Correct.
You talk to the people who are there about when he got there, correct?
Correct.
And that was at approximately 1:20 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So that would have been 1 hour and 30 minutes from the time of the shooting.
Correct.
And you get down there at what time?
At approximately 3:30.
Okay, so he'd been there for a little over 2 hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes when you get there, correct?
Correct.
And was he in handcuffs?
No.
Was he locked up in a holding cell?
No.
He was sitting in the unlocked lobby of the Antioch Police Department with his mother waiting for you.
Yes.
The Antioch Police didn't have somebody sitting on him?
I don't know.
You walked in there and there wasn't a police officer sitting next to him, was there?
I do not recall that.
And you documented the injuries on Kyle?
Yes.
And I guess what the state is getting at is the injuries weren't serious, so he shouldn't have shot. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. When you're being kicked in the head, you don't know what's going to happen to you. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
Okay. When somebody's hitting you in the back of the head the second time with a skateboard, you don't know what's happening to you, correct?
Correct.
When somebody puts their bare hand on your firearm, trying to take it away from your person, you don't know whether or not that person is going to get your gun and turn it and use it on you, correct?
You don't know. No. Correct.
And it's a general training principle. You don't give up your gun because it's a deadly and dangerous weapon, correct?
I'm going to object to this line here. This is not an expert witness, and this last question is about training for police officers, which is not relevant.
Rephrase your question.
Sir, if a weapon is taken from somebody, it can be used against them as a deadly and dangerous weapon, correct?
Correct.
Now, you looked at, let's see, Exhibit 18, and the prosecutor showed you 1 hour and 25 minutes into it at approximately 10 seconds. I'll get it up on the screen. One 25:10. This one doesn't. I'm going to put this back where I got it for me because otherwise I'll lose it and take it like I do it out my house. It's on. Yeah.
Y'all trying to burn shit down for what? We
guys.
Back away from the business.
I can't see the time on. A minute and 1 hour, 24 minutes and 30 seconds from the back end.
Progressions. Organized.
I'll see if I can do it this way. Do you remember in the video when the dumpster's out in the street and Kyle goes out and grabs the dumpster?
Yes.
Okay, and when Kyle pulls the dumpster back, the person who's filming takes the camera and shows an individual standing in the street staring at my client in the dumpster, correct?
I would like to see the video again, just to
Okay.
be sure.
Found it. It's not on the screen. Okay. Ready?
One of the guys losing his patience. He should go inside.
Yeah, that's what we're about to send him.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just that somebody's loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says.
Showing you the rundown live. Exhibit number 18. 123:55 into the video. Standing right here. Who is this?
That is Kelly Zeminski.
Okay. Please continue.
Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
We're not handling. Fuck the police. Let's go.
Foreman Zeminski. Go back 40 seconds. Go ahead.
Gonna be on the street. They're just protecting their property. One of their guys is an asshole.
I know. I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why?
Oh, no,
These guys were.
Well, we did because they lit it on
One
fire.
of their guys losing his patience.
You know who this is right here? I'm pointing with the pointer.
I believe that's Joshua Zeminski.
Okay. This is the dumpster right here.
If that's the dumpster you're referring to, yes.
Right. Continue on.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him on, because somebody's loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He said the wrong thing. This whole property is guy's alive. Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
We're not handling. Fuck the police. Let's go.
Dude. He's just trying to protect his property. He doesn't want anything. He has no problem with you guys. He just doesn't want anyone to burn down his shit. I can't blame him.
That's Kyle going out to get the dumpster out of the street, correct?
Correct.
That dumpster came from Car Source 2's lot, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay, continue on.
Understand. Hey, your job isn't to be in the street. You guys stand here.
That's him pulling a dumpster out of the street.
Correct.
Continue on.
Property. That's why you got problems already with people.
Stop. Who's this?
That's Joshua Zeminski.
He's standing in front of Car Source 3, looking directly at Car Source 3, correct?
Correct.
In the direction of the dumpster being brought back by my client.
He's looking more towards the videographer.
Okay.
I think Mr.
Right to
Rittenhouse
his
is
right would be where the dumpster is, correct?
correct.
And he stands there, and we know that he's armed, correct?
Correct.
And in viewing all the videos that you viewed, putting out fires upset these individuals who were starting the fires. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Exhibit 8, please. On direct examination, you were asked questions about non-lethal, correct?
Correct.
And that was in response to my client saying the statement about they didn't have any non-lethal, correct?
Correct.
And that non-lethal also doesn't mean nightsticks, OC spray, and things like that. There are what are considered non-lethal bullets.
Can you say that again?
There are bullets that are meant to kill, dismember, maim, correct?
Correct.
There are also bullets that go in firearms that are what are referred to as non-lethal.
Yeah, rubber bullets?
Yes.
Could be one of those projectiles, yes.
And as far as you know, none of the people out there that evening, like my client who were protecting property and themselves, were armed with non-lethal bullets, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. The Reg Incognito video at approximately 3:58 p.m. 3:58 into the video, excuse me. Three hours 59, 55 seconds. $359.50.
Oh.
It's back. No, I have $359.50. That's what I wrote down.
And this is $359.
Then try 358. I'm sorry.
So the white dude I was just talking to, or whatever he is right here, he just got his phone slapped. He got his phone slapped out of him and socked at the same time. This dude right here, walking away. This dude right here got his phone slapped and blindsided.
Stop. Just hear that yell 3 times, friendly, friendly, friendly? Yes. Based upon your investigation, who is that?
That appears to be Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. And that's when he's being chased by Mr. Rosenbaum.
I don't know if it's right before the chase, but approximately the start of the chase time is when that audio appears to come out.
Okay. And that would be something to say to someone, I don't have a beef with you, friendly, friendly.
Yes.
And that didn't dissuade Mr. Rosenbaum, based upon your investigation and viewing of the videos, from continue to attempt to attack my client, correct?
Correct.
And as my client is running from Mr. Rosenbaum, is he gaining ground on Mr. Rosenbaum, or is Mr. Rosenbaum gaining ground on him?
Looks like Mr. Rosenbaum is gradually gaining ground on Mr. Rittenhouse.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running towards my client, and my client turns around and points the gun in his direction. Does not level it at him, but makes it very clear that he's armed to Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is not dissuaded by that firearm and continues to chase after my client.
He stops briefly and then continues to run again.
He doesn't stop like I'm standing here and say, contemplating life's realities, like maybe I should pick a better course of action. He slows his gait and then continues on after Kyle, correct?
Correct.
And Kyle runs, I'm terrible with my directions, in a southwesterly direction through the car source, correct?
Correct.
And you've seen the Lucas Zandon video, correct?
Correct.
And even in this video, you hear like a bang, bang, bang repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
And based upon your investigation, what is that?
Those are bats or other blunt objects hitting cars in the car source lot.
And in the Lucas Zandon video, which is a little over 7 minutes, that's taken from the 63rd looking in a northeasterly direction into the car source.
Yes, mainly north.
Okay. And there's well more than 50 people there bashing car windows, jumping on cars, and starting a fire there.
So I'd say there's more than 50 people there, but it might be a little less than that with people that are actually doing property damage, because there are a lot of people that are standing around.
Because there probably weren't enough cars for everybody to beat on. Is that a fair statement?
I'm going to object. That's argumentative.
I don't think it's argumentative. Like,
The objection's overruled.
there were only so many cars, correct?
There's a certain number of cars in the car source lot, correct?
And back when Car Source was a running business, those weren't junk cars. They were real cars of somebody's property, correct?
They were cars for sale.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did you ever hear any of these rioters give an explanation for why destroying somebody's property is going to make their situation or Mr. Blake's situation better?
I'm going to object. It calls for hearsay.
Well, one of the exceptions to the hearsay rule is a plan or a statement of intent. So the objection's overruled.
I've not heard a reason.
Now, the video of Car Source that's shown from the FBI fixed-wing aircraft, that's at 9,000 feet, correct?
I can't recall the exact. I think it was, you said 8,500.
89?
Yeah.
I mean,
high.
Okay.
Yes.
You and I will agree on that. And
Yes.
you could see this bag clear as day flying through it, correct? Flying through the air.
The plastic bag?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And there was also, we're right here. That's the video we're talking about. And here's the pointer. Excuse me. This right here, I'm pointing in the lower right-hand corner of the television. There's a number, 8,941 feet, correct?
Yes, it was in between our. I said 8,500. You said 9,000. We were.
Okay, so, and here is the latitude, longitude.
Yes.
And this cursor, according to your information, is what controls the camera. Where they put that cursor, the camera locks onto that, and the plane keeps moving, correct?
That's what it appears to. That appears to control the direction of the camera.
Here,
Yes.
we have a heat
Do we have
a heat
source?
Heat source,
We see some white there, yes.
which would mean hot.
Yes.
And here, in the car, which I'll refer to as the Duramax, at the northeast corner of car source, we also have a heat source.
Yes.
And there's a video of an individual right before my client gets there, starting that Duramax on fire.
Yes.
Do you have this exhibit is what number? No, this exhibit, that's up. This exhibit 9, the FBI video from a distance, correct?
Yes.
You've looked at this on numerous occasions.
Yes.
And probably the best way to find somebody on this video is to go backwards. So we know where the shooting was, correct?
Yes.
And so you follow it backwards. That's how you identify Kyle. That's how you identify Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
That and relating it to other videos.
Exactly.
Yes.
And in this video, you're able to get Mr. and Mrs. Zeminski also, correct?
Yes.
Could I have our exhibit, please? In our video, there is a green for Kelly Zeminski, there's a red, and we'll roll this, and a white. Go ahead, please. Stop. This blue circle between what I would say the second and third row of cars, Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
This red is Mr. Zeminski, green Mrs.
Yes.
White Kyle.
Yes.
And Richie McGinnis is to the left of the television screen, correct?
To the right.
In pink.
To the right of the television screen.
To the right. Sorry. Roll it, please. Stop. As Kyle, the white circle, comes to the Duramax, this individual, Mr. Rosenbaum, begins to come out of his hiding place.
Yes, he comes around the vehicle at that time.
And he's masked.
Yes.
And he comes around, roll. Stop. Blue, again, Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
And now you begin with the chase. Mr. Rosenbaum of Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
Stop. Not yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this looks like a classic ambush.
I'm going to object as to the calling for the defendant's interpretation of things. The jury can make their own decision as to what the...
Sustained.
Okay. Mr. Rosenbaum is in hiding as my client arrives, correct?
It appears so, yes.
My client gets to this side of the Duramax, which would be the far side from Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
My client comes to the far side of the Duramax from Mr. Rosenbaum.
On the opposite
correct?
side of Mr. Rosenbaum, yes.
And his circle, my client is stationary, and his circle is closing on my client's circle, Mr. Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
And according to this video, which we don't have sound because it's from 9,000 feet, this is right about the time where Kyle yells, friendly, friendly.
Friendly, friendly, friendly.
Yes. And it does not dissuade Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
Roll the tape. Stop. Kyle goes out into the road, goes back into the car source lot with him, meaning Mr. Rosenbaum, following, correct?
Correct.
Where's Mr. Zeminski in this?
He's on the sidewalk. It's going to be just north of the blue circle, and that's going to be going right, from left to right on that screen. No, the other direction. To the right of the blue circle on that screen.
Okay, so right here?
No, to the right of the blue circle,
Right here?
yes.
Exactly. I mean, almost directly behind Kyle to the side of Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Okay, roll. Stop. This is Mr. McGinnis.
Yes.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Zeminski.
Yes.
She's very identifiable because she's got a big backpack on her back.
Yes.
Continue. Stop. This does not depict the shot, correct?
This appears to be just before.
Okay. Continue. You don't see the flash of Mr. Zeminski's gun in the thermal, correct?
I did not see it, no.
Okay. But we know from other videos there's one a sound and two a flash.
Yes, in multiple videos, yes.
Mr. Zeminski didn't come forward and complain about my client's behavior that day, correct?
Correct.
He didn't come forward and complain and say that I had to shoot him to scare him or something like that, correct?
He did not come forward, correct.
And after my client shoots Joseph Rosenbaum 3 times in 76 hundredths of a, 4 times, 4 shots in 76 hundredths of a second, the Zeminskis, when that shooting is going on, they don't run away, they don't hide.
It was 76 tenths of a second.
76 tenths.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me. The Zeminskis don't run away and hide. They're not afraid of the gunshots, correct?
Correct.
And they stay right there and they start yelling. Mr. Zeminski still has his gun out. And Mrs. Zeminski starts yelling about get him, things like that about Kyle, correct?
Correct.
The mob is closing in on Kyle.
There are multiple people closing in on Kyle.
Okay.
Mr. Rittenhouse.
And that's, I apologize, Mr. Rittenhouse. And that's closing in on him at the car source parking lot, correct?
It appears that at the car source that people are coming towards Mr. Rosenbaum. And yes, there's people that are shouting in the direction of Mr. Rittenhouse. I'd say it's more clear once he starts running northbound that there are people following him.
Okay. But strike that. And you did the reconstruction with a stopwatch. You didn't do it a frame by frame.
Correct.
And at 1 minute into the Drew Hernandez video, which is number exhibit 19, you hear somebody yell at Kyle, "Get the fuck out of here," correct?
I don't recall hearing that.
Could it? I've got it at 1-0. It started at 50 seconds. At 50 seconds, please listen closely. And Kyle then is running down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction.
Correct.
He, in all the videos you see, he doesn't point his firearm at anybody, correct?
At certain times, he points his firearms at people.
I asked a terrible question. It's late in the day. I apologize. As he's running down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction before event number 2, which is the shooting of the unidentified individual, Huber and Grosskreutz, you don't see him pointing the gun, doing any of this, menacing with the firearm to people around him, correct?
I believe there was just a slight raise when he was still on that west sidewalk of Sheridan Road, and it seemed like something west of him on 62nd Street caught his attention. I remember he turned to his left. There may have been a slight raise of the rifle at that point.
Didn't fire?
No, not at that point.
Gage Grosskreutz runs up on him?
Later on, yes.
As he's going down Sheridan Road. I mean, from the time Mr. Rosenbaum chases him till the time he turns himself into the police, or attempts to turn himself into the police at 60th and Sheridan Road, we're talking about less than 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
He heads down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction. There might have been a slight raise. Something caught his attention to his left.
Yes.
Okay, does not fire.
Correct.
Heads down the road. Gage Grosskreutz, with his cell phone, gets right up in Kyle's face, correct?
Yes.
And says, "What are you doing? Did you just shoot that guy?"
Yeah.
Objection on it calls for hearsay.
It doesn't make an assertion. It asks a question. Hearsay is an assertion. But
You hear that question, correct?
Yes.
And my client says he's going to the police.
Objection, Your Honor. That is hearsay.
It's a statement of a party opponent for completeness.
It's not a statement
He
of
put.
Wait,
the defendant.
Wait. Now, what was the question again?
What was my client's response to Mr. Grosskreutz? Mr.
Stop.
Okay.
And what was your objection?
Hearsay. The defense can't introduce the defendant's own statements.
It's not a statement of a party opponent.
He went into it under the doctrine of completeness. I said 2 grounds. I'll go with completeness, Your Honor. He went into the statement.
Sorry. Judge, you said something.
Okay. How much more do you have, by the way?
Page, which doesn't mean
A page means nothing.
10 minutes. Let's say 10 minutes. Judge.
A page with a lawyer could be very long.
I write very small.
You know what? Maybe it would be prudent to stop now. You just mentioned about late in the day, and this reporter is heroic, and the jurors are too. So we wouldn't finish before 5 anyway, considering. So let's break for the evening, and please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Very rigid enforcement of the rules.
Wait for Becky to go?
Yeah, but you're not going anywhere. Just sit tight for a few minutes. You can step down. Return tomorrow morning, please. Is Scott Wilson in the room? Scott Wilson. Okay. Is there anything else from the lawyers before we leave?
No, not by us, Your
We
Honor.
need to resolve that objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, maybe I'm going to ask you guys to stick around. Ask the clerk to come down and deal with the... I'm going to excuse everybody else. Well, that's not going to work because they want to cover the argument. But that can be... She can deal with the jurors and the... Try to go up to the 3rd floor. Why don't you go up to the 3rd floor and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. We're going up to the jury room. Okay, bye. Laura's gonna come down and go up there.
don't you take them up on the elevator? Pardon me? Yeah, escort them out. Deputy, to escort the jurors, 2 jurors, to the 3rd floor, so they can be with the other jurors. Where are they now? Are they in the back here? Okay. Yeah. All right. Do you need a little 2 minutes or 3 minutes, or do you want to just finish up?
I'd like to finish up if that's okay.
No, I'm talking to Ms.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking.
Meanwhile, Fox News contributor Leo Terrell says McAuliffe made a fatal error during the final stretch of the campaign. Listen.
The race card is dead. At the last minute, out of desperation, McAuliffe tried to use the race card. This was about education. This was about parents' rights. And the race card is no longer applicable. And I would suggest to the Democrats, they need to go back to the drawing board, because it's people like myself have left the Democratic Party because when they don't have ideas, when they don't play with facts, they throw up the race card. And that is a surrender sign.
Here to react, co-founder of Speak Georgia Incorporated and conservative commentator Janelle King. Janelle, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Oh, we're happy to have you. And, you know, Terry McAuliffe did make this race a lot about race when he was saying that Virginia needs fewer white teachers and accusing Glenn Youngkin of trying to ban a book by a black author. And it didn't work.
No, of course it didn't work, because the race card is dead. And I totally agree. And, my favorite economist, Thomas Sowell, says that, that racism is on life support and is only kept alive by these race hustlers and race baiters. And I just believe that that is what's happening. Anytime you allow emotionalism to drive policy and politics, you are playing a dangerous game. And at the end of the day, no matter what the color of your skin is, we all want the same things. And we want to make sure that we live in a safe environment. We're able to educate our children, and that we're able to make money and live a good life. At the end of the day, that's what matters. And that's why Youngkin won, because he spoke to everyone and he gave a message that was broad versus trying to single out or to eliminate certain groups of people based on whatever your ideology is or theory is. And so I am so happy with what has happened, and I look forward to seeing more.
Yeah, and this race, of course, had a lot to do with education and critical race theory. And I'm reminded of what Condoleezza Rice recently said on The View about critical race theory, where she says that she wants black children to be proud that they're black, but that doesn't mean that white kids need to feel bad about their race either. And with Glenn Youngkin winning in Virginia, particularly because of critical race theory and education, do you think that this is the beginning of the end of critical race theory?
You know what? I sure hope so. But you know what? We're going into 2024, and I don't put anything past the Democrats. I feel like they're going to revamp and they're going to come back with a different angle, which is why we have to continue to elect strong conservatives as they come out of these primaries to go against Democrats. My husband is running for U.S. Senate here in Georgia, and I just know that when it comes down to making these decisions, you have to put strong candidates in front of the Democrats. And that is where we are right now. I sure hope that we are now going to move past this and begin to talk about policy and platforms, because that's how you win voters. Race hustling and trying to cause people to silo into these groups is not how we're going to win going forward.
Yeah, and speaking of strong candidates, Winsome Sears is ahead and could become Virginia's first female black lieutenant governor. And she made a speech at around 12:45 this morning, and she was talking about how her father came from Jamaica and he came over to the United States during the height of the civil rights movement. And he said he did that because America is the land of opportunity. And she became a Marine because she was willing to die for this country. And it was such a positive speech. So you talked about how Glenn Youngkin's camp's message was light and how Terry McAuliffe, his messaging was sort of dark. And I think that that's another really good example of that.
Absolutely, absolutely. We have to focus on the positives of things. And that's where policy comes into play. I always say that Republicans win when we can talk about policy, when we can talk about our platform, because our policies are sustainable. They're based in the Constitution. And at the end of the day, that's what stands. The Constitution is just not a random piece of paper. It is what protects us and protects our rights. And that is something that everyone can get behind as long as you are an American. So I am super excited about it. I'm also super excited about the fact that the Atlanta Braves won the World Series as I'm here in Georgia.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, the World Series could have been like our lead story today, if not for obviously a more important story in the Virginia election. I want to draw your attention to a tweet by Congresswoman Cori Bush. She posted this about Joe Manchin, saying Joe Manchin's opposition to the Build Back Better Act is anti-Black, anti-child, anti-woman, and anti-immigrant. And there has been a lot of talk about how the Virginia race could really affect the President Biden social spending plan. So these two topics really are linked. And what do you think about Cori Bush bringing race into it?
You know, I'm not surprised. I wish I was, but I'm not. And you know, the rhetoric does not meet the reality. And that is something that we see here in Georgia. And that is what we're seeing all across the United States of America. And so what they're using in order to create these narratives is just false. But I'll tell you, what's anti-Black is a community. It's taking a community and making them solely purpose for votes only and nothing else. Making all these random promises and never living up to anything. Promises that are not going to be beneficial for the community anyway. That's what's anti-Black. At the end of the day, they're anti-American, and that is where we need to get back to. We need to get back to our American policies and policies that have allowed us to be leading in the world this far.
Janelle King, thank you so much for waking up with us this morning. We so appreciate it.
Now, joining me now are two of the most engaged of those parents, Azra Nomani, an old friend, founder of the Coalition for TJ, and Ian Pryor, executive director of FightForSchools.com. You were both at that unreal rally last night in Leesburg, Virginia, which really reminded me of the 2016 Trump closer. It had that much energy. But Azra, you were on the Ingram Angle over a year ago warning about this anti-racism curriculum in our schools, so-called anti-racism curriculum in our schools. Now this issue is helping shift entire elections. Your thoughts about everything that's transpired tonight?
Oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. You don't even know how electric it is right now in this room. What the parents of Virginia have done is sent a clear message to every single person who has treated us like dirt. They are all here, all of the moms and dads. We are mama bears and papa bears, and we have said loud and clear, get your hands off of our cubs. You are gonna lose more races if you continue to treat us like dirt. And we have risen. We are loud and we are strong. And we are saying very clearly, see this? We are not going to allow you to claim our babies. None of this nonsense is going to be acceptable anymore.
Ian, your message was to the school board, our kids don't belong to you. They're our children. You're there to carry out basically our will, fairly teach education in a fair manner, in a useful manner. But the Democrats have completely missed this message all along. And last night, Democrat Virginia Senator Tim Kaine was still dismissing this.
Glenn Youngkin is trying to kind of create and then inflate a culture of grievance against schools and school teachers that doesn't really match up with the lived reality of people in most Virginia cities and counties.
Ian, the lived reality, what does Tim Kaine know about the lived reality?
Well, he's living in a different reality than the rest of us. You look at the parents across Virginia, and this is really about them. I mean, they have done amazing work. And of course, that goes for all the moms and dads in Virginia. But I got to give a shout out to the moms and dads in Loudoun County. When we started this fight back in April, March, really with this school board, I said we could do this all day, every day. We could shine the spotlight of accountability on this school board. And they went out there and they worked all day, every day. They put on a suit of armor. They took the slings and arrows from intolerant neighbors, from the media, from school board members, from the Department of Justice, and we are still here and we're just getting started.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about Merrick Garland and the absolute defamation that's being launched against you, Ian, and Azra, and all the parents who've been involved almost on a daily basis. You're hearing it tonight on other networks that this is more another example of the racism, systemic racism in our society. Virginia's going backward. Azra, I love how you go to all of your appearances with evidence. Like, you don't just talk about the issues, Azra. You have evidence in your hands. This is what's being taught, and you read from the books, because most parents are so busy, they're not even reading the books. Well, they are now. And I've got to give you huge props for what you've done, and you've put your neck out on the line, and you have been unstoppable in this fight.
We are so fierce, and I'll tell you, every single person behind me, they're the moms and the dads. They have been in the trenches. I can't even tell you. People are sort of like in between tears and just joy, because we have been suffering for so long. In Fairfax County, it's 12 Democrats that are on our school board. They have ignored us. They treated us like dirt. And Laura, you know this. I am a liberal Democrat feminist. And I will say now, for the first time ever, that I voted for Glenn Youngkin today for governor of Virginia. And I am going to be so proud to have him as our governor, because he did something remarkable that Terry McAuliffe forgot. He remembered that he was a dad, he is a father, and he is a parent. And this is our sacred duty. And all these amazing people behind me, they have sent me here with a clear message to the nation. Fight, parents, mama bears and papa bears, protect your cubs. And all of you politicians and activists and educrats who want to get in our way, get out of the way.
Ian, I want you to speak, if you could, beyond Virginia tonight, which looks like it's going to be clearly Youngkin's night, to go beyond Virginia to the rest of the country. This issue, building on this issue of American history, love of country, national unity, a whole panoply of issues that have come up over the past year during the reign of terror of Biden. How does this get replicated in other states?
Yeah, well, I think it's really simple. I mean, for the past 10 years or so, the left has been so focused on the politics of division, right? Putting people in different boxes, pitting them against each other to win elections. And to really overcome that, you need a unifying issue, and you need brave people to fight for that unifying issue. Well, what you have is that unifying issue being children, and the brave people being parents that fight for their kids' education and for a future where they can succeed as mentally tough individuals in the real world. And right now, I mean, what we're going to see in 2022 is that parents are going to continue to rise, and they're going to continue to power candidates across the finish line in elections. And, if Democrats can't figure that out, they are going to get wiped out like never before.
And Azra, and also across party lines, you cross party lines tonight to vote for Glenn Youngkin. Do you think there will be enough Democrats in states like Colorado and Arizona moving forward who will say, I thought Joe Biden was kind of a moderate, but he's just totally given in to the squad and the far left. I've got to look elsewhere. Do you think that's going to start happening? This is the beginning of that domino effect?
Absolutely. And I'll tell you who knows this. James Carville. He knows this. For months, he has warned the Democratic Party that wokeism was going to destroy the party. And he should have known better. But he misguided Terry McAuliffe, or they didn't listen to him. But all of these smarty pants, right? Larry Sabato, I'm sure over on CNN, Van Jones, all these people, they're trash talking us. I am a Muslim woman of color, and I am telling you, We are not white supremacists. If this is what a white supremacist looks like, then you need to go back to, you need to get a time out. All of you need a time out. And you know what? We're going to send you to your rooms because we are the parents in this country who are awake, and we are going to guide this country because we know that you are not leading us right now. And I absolutely believe, Laura, there are so many Democrats like me because this nonsense, woke baby, this is nonsense. And
Stupid.
All it does is it's illiberal and racist. And we want peace and goodness in our world.
Ian, Terry McAuliffe's closing argument, you're going to be shocked to hear about this, was to bring in, well, a very, very, I'd say, compelling and attractive political figure. Watch.
What's happening right now is a bunch of misinformation because every educator knows parents must be our partners. And COVID has created huge anxiety and agita for everybody. We got to bring people together, not do what Youngkin is doing of pulling people apart.
Dogs across the country are covering their ears with their paws. And that was Randy Weingarten. Again, they're not learning. They're going further to the left on the very issues that have helped, it looks like, sink Terry McAuliffe and bring the Democrats to the edge.
Yeah, you know, when I saw last night that Randy Weingarten was campaigning with Terry McAuliffe on the night before the election, I actually thought that maybe McAuliffe was trying to throw the race somehow, because there's just no way that anyone in their right mind would have Randy Weingarten campaigning for them on the night before the election. I mean, she is so divisive that I know plenty of Democrats that cannot stand her. They kept kids out of school for a year when they didn't have to, and he brings her out on the campaign trail the night before. What were they thinking? I am convinced that he tried to throw this thing.
Azra, you were at the town hall we did. I don't know, when was that? I don't even remember. It's all a blur. But it was back in March. And I think we're just so people understand how far ahead of this you were and the parents behind you on school closures, on critical race theory. Both students and parents were speaking out. Let's play. Yeah, we'll have that in a moment. But just so people understand, this didn't happen overnight. This has been building during COVID when they would not reopen the schools for no reason. Yes. And students were sick of it. So here's what the Fairfax County parents told us. Watch.
There seems to be a lot of willingness right now among people in positions of power to sort of ignore the academic and emotional needs of our high schoolers.
Our experience at home with virtual learning was not good. It looked chaotic to me. And so we were very, very fortunate to see the handwriting on the wall, and we got our kids into private school.
Azra, they're all white racists, I guess, who are speaking out that. No, these were just parents like, we don't know what to do. Our kids are drowning. And here we go.
Yeah. And Laura, you were there with us. I want everybody who's watching this to know Laura Ingraham was with us as parents. I remember the summer of 2020, Laura, when I first came on and I spoke with you, and I didn't even know about the machine of the teachers union then, but you gave us voice. And what it was that this machine used the tragedy of George Floyd's killing to decide that it was open season on our little bear cubs. That's what they did. Randy Weingarten, the teachers unions, these activists, they decided it was their time to cash in. And you know what? We stood up. Back from the summer of 2020, that's when it began. It was my birthday, June 7th, that year, that our principal sent us a letter at my son's high school and said, we needed to check our privileges. The Asian, immigrant mothers and fathers from communist China and India. And you know what those parents did? The names like Yu Yan and Suparna, they stood up. And they tried to have meetings with Ralph Northam, the school board, the education secretary. And you know what they did? They all canceled their meetings. They never had meetings with them. And a little headline here, Terry McAuliffe, when we tried to have him speak to our parents, he asked for $20,000 for 1 hour with our parents. And Glenn Youngkin did not ask for a cent. And so this is the real conscience that we need to invigorate amongst all of our leaders, realizing that we're human beings. We're not some white supremacist,
Oh, it's ridiculous.
white rage. We are good people.
You just brought something up, and Ian, I want to now project forward to, again, all these so-called moderate Democrats. Jon Tester in Montana, Mark Warner in Virginia, Joe Manchin in West Virginia, Kyrsten Sinema, all these people across the country who campaigned as non-squad members. They're sensible Democrats. What should they be taking from this tonight? Because it's not just the parents and the education issue. This is a menu, a cornucopia of things that have gone wrong over the past 10 months, 11 months in the United States. So what does Joe Manchin see tonight that might change his thinking going forward?
Well, I think that they need to look to their states. They need to get away from this national political, echo chamber that you see the AOCs and the squads in. They need to get away from the cancel culture moment that really kind of helped lead to this. I mean, look, you go back to Loudoun County. This is where it started back in March, where you really fired parents up when you had 700 people in a group trying to cancel others, right? Because they disagreed with them. Well, guess what? They own this. They helped make this happen. People are sick of it. People are sick of people, trying to cancel them because they're intolerant of different viewpoints. So if I'm Joe Manchin and I'm Jon Tester and Kyrsten Sinema, I'm looking at my state and I am trying to lead with them in mind, not with national politics and the pressure coming from the far left. Be a leader for your state. Stay local. All politics is local. Tip O'Neill said it. It's just as true today as it was then.
Well, a lot of people tonight are pinging me on my cell phone asking when Azra and Ian are going to start running for office, because both of you have made such an impact on this debate. And I thank both of you very much. I wish I was there with you now, both of you. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Fox News alert, political shockers setting in and setting off alarms for the Democrats ahead of the midterm elections, while dealing a devastating blow for President Biden. And we now await the results and the still too close to call governor's race in, as I've been calling it, cobalt blue Jersey, because it is, on the heels of the shakeup in Virginia, where Republican Glenn Youngkin just pulled off a big upset in the governor's race there. He beat Terry McAuliffe, a former governor, a Democrat, and turn that blue state red.
We are going to go to work on day one. There are always those. There's those that say that hill is too steep to climb. But we are empowered. We're empowered by a conviction, a righteous conviction in our children's future. We're strengthened by our collective belief in the Virginia promise. So let's climb that hill together. Let's reinvigorate our future. Let's reinvigorate this amazing Commonwealth of Virginia.
You're watching Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner. My co-hosts Emily Campagno, Kayleigh McEnany are here. Anchor and executive editor of The Story, Martha McCallum, is here. And in the center seat, Fox News political analyst Juan Williams. Youngkin's stunning victory last night in Virginia is raising all sorts of concerns now for the Democrats about their chances in 2022, especially since the Democrat, Terry McAuliffe, brought out the party's big stars to get there. They just weren't enough to turn things around, which must have come as quite a surprise to President Biden, given his comments yesterday.
We're going to win. I think we're going to win in Virginia. The race is very close. It's about who shows up, who turns out. And granted, I did win by a large margin. I don't believe, and I've not seen any evidence that whether or not I am doing well or poorly, whether or not I've got my agenda passed or not, is going to have any real impact on winning or losing.
Juan Williams, he did win that state. by 10 points. And that county that counted so heavily, Loudoun County, and has been quite loud about the issues that the people there say they care about, he won by 15%. What happened last night? And how much of President Biden's mojo was put on display as depleting?
Well, it was Fright Night for Democrats, Harris. I think it's like a late Halloween, you know what I mean? It's where they say a hot mess, a dumpster fire, a highway pileup. Not a good night for the Democrats. And I think you're seeing it this morning in terms of Democratic reaction, which is really, you know, one of shock and remorse. I think as a result, you're going to see more action right now in Washington on all the bills that have been delayed. I think there's going to be an urgency about that. But what I think in terms of Virginia especially, but also, boy, that New Jersey race is a shocker too.
Right.
I think that, what you've got to see here is that for Republicans, Youngkin, the winner, really was an optimistic guy, a millionaire, billionaire type from the hedge fund stuff. And I think people like winners and they like optimism. And right now, given the Democrats in Washington, they don't have the results to show from Biden or Democratic control of the Senate and House of Representatives. The Democratic agenda remains popular in terms of things like, paid leave for maternity, preschool for children.
Yeah, but that's on the Democrats.
Lower drug
because if
prices.
they have something that they think is so popular and they can't sell it, that's on them.
That's a bigger issue. I think you're onto
that's
something.
on them.
I think you're onto something there. I think the messaging is off, especially, they already did the COVID bill without any Republican support, but COVID really didn't prove to be a major issue in Virginia or in New Jersey. So I think that right now this election came at a bad moment in terms of the timing for Democrats because they haven't passed these last two bills and because Biden's numbers are low.
I want to get back to when you bring in the rock stars, Martha, and there's no concert for you. Yeah. Like you bring in everybody, Barack Obama, you bring them all in, and when the singing stops, the crowd's like, did somebody play?
Yeah, you know what, Harris? I think there's a big message in last night's election, which is continuing today, and that is that Democrats and the people that you see up on the screen right now from the former president